McClintock after 11 p.m.
All right, a motion has been made to accept a proxy for Isabel McClintock at 11 p.m. Do we have a confirmed proxy? Can you please send me their name?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We are now in discussion. Yes, Senator Butler?
Call the question.
Call the question. Is there any objections?
Consent.
Are there any objections to the consent? All right, and we'll now be asking for a unanimous consent to accept all proxies. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to the consent? All right, moving on. We are now moving into old business. I ask the writers of a bill to ensure ethical spending practices within UCSB to speak on the legislation. Yes, Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep this super brief. There's two very important pieces of legislation on the table here today. The first is the bill to ensure ethical spending practices within the association. The second is a positional resolution directed towards admin. It is my full intention to table a bill to ensure ethical spending practices until our next Senate meeting, which will be a special meeting called next week, the week 10 during TED Week. However, I would like to give the student sponsors a chance to speak about the resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights, as well as give the senators the ability to talk about that. And then we can also get into the resolution to establish the Senate ad hoc committee that Senator Lala and I wrote. But that's all I have to say in regard to the bill. Senator Martinez or any other authors of the legislation or business, you guys are welcome to give comments as well.
Senator Martinez?
I agree with everything that you said, no comments.
All right, thank you. Would any co-authors of any of the legislation in old business like to speak on the legislation? Yes, Senator Butler?
I would just like to add that, I would love to see the resolution get voted on tonight. That was my.
All right, thank you for the feedback. Yes, Senator Ganesh?
I agree with Senator Butler. I would really prefer if we, as a Senate, would vote on the resolution tonight. It is a very important piece of legislation, and it is in accordance to what other schools in the UP have done already. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the feedback. Okay. I now invite the student sponsors for a resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights to the floor. That goes for Speaker Haddad, Saito, and Mitchell. If you guys can approach the podium. All right, you have the floor whenever you're ready.
Thank you to the Senate and everyone here in attendance. We would like to first recognize that all of us from wherever we are tuning in are most likely on unceded indigenous land. We take this time to honor the Chumash peoples, their elders, both past and present, as well as their future generations. This land acknowledgement is a demand for accountability and a call to action. It is our duty to learn the history of these lands that we reside, learn, love, and live on. In doing so, we must link the colonial and imperial agendas of Western powers in the past to the same forces at play today. We would like to make this connection to occupied Palestine and how the history of colonialism, occupation, displacement, ethnic cleansing, dispossession, and genocide in Palestine is intentionally erased by US and Israeli propaganda, and how Eurocentric frameworks attempt to limit the geography of Palestine within Western timelines. We recognize the ongoing Nakba that did not begin or end in 1948, and we recognize the current genocide of the Palestinian people and the destruction of everyday aspects of Palestinian life. We refuse to make empty land acknowledgements for the future when we can reject Israeli occupation and apartheid and stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and land today. We would also like to give a broad trigger warning for the rest of this speech. My name is Joanne, I use she, her pronouns. I'm a fourth year undergrad student at UCSB, majoring in sociology, and I'm a member of Students for Justice in Palestine.
My name is Gisela, and I'm a third year undergraduate student in sociology, and I'm a member of the UCSB Divest Coalition.
My name is Lena, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a fourth year undergraduate majoring in history of public policy and minor studies, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the great pain and grief in this room today. Today is day 236 of the genocide in Gaza. For 8 months, we have been grieving, raging, loving, living, and resisting for our steadfast people in Palestine. As we speak, we are grieving an ongoing genocide, one that destroyed all universities in Gaza and targeted all life. In November, the Central Archives of the city was destroyed, which housed 150 years of archival material relating to Palestinian life. Tonight, we will be using language that some people deem inflammatory or inaccurate. We reject those claims. We say genocide, ethnic cleansing, occupation, war crime, intentional, and massacre, because as Hala Al-Yan reminds us, this language is the foot soldier of dehumanization. We name what we are seeing, we name what Palestinian people have been experiencing and telling the world for decades. Let us not put our comfort before fact. This language should make you uncomfortable because we have to face the reality that our tax dollars, our universities, and our passivity is funding and aiding in occupation and genocide. We have been rising up for Gaza, Congo, Haiti, Sudan, and all occupied peoples. We recognize everyone's labor and dedication to continuing the fight for collective liberation. We wanted to start by thanking everyone, especially our allies, who will speak on this legislation tonight. We are continually inspired by our community support for this legislation and commitment of UCSB community members speaking in favor of human rights. This year has been incredibly difficult. We have persisted because of and for our community. Thank you to the many community members still within our community rooms in this room today. So for everyone who will make comments in support of this resolution, has provided support, has raised awareness, or even just in this room today, thank you.
We recognize that in this critical moment, we must also acknowledge the labor movement that has organized alongside and in solidarity with the divestment struggle for years. If you want to provide a special recognition to the students, faculty, and laborers who are organizing at this moment to fight for academic rights, fair contracts, and livable conditions. Most recently, we want to recognize UAW 4811's historic strike happening as we speak in response to the UC's violent attacks on academic freedom, protests, and collective action. UAW 4811, among many other unions, have remained steadfast in solidarity with the divestment movement, and we recognize the power of the working people. In the same breath we call for divestment, we are also calling for the reinvestment in students, in workers, and peoples of this university. Our struggles are interconnected, so to all our labor allies, thank you for the fight for the well-being of the global working class.
We would also like to recognize and thank the organizers that have come before us, laying the foundation. For at least a decade, SJP and other organizations and organizers have engaged in a long fight to demand UCSB to divest from the war industry. We have attended these meetings, often been targeted, interrogated, and ridiculed by Zionist students and senators. But our steadfastness, the mood that we have learned through this liberation movement has allowed us today to stand side by side our friends, comrades, and you all to stand up firmly for Palestine. This following comment is from a former UCSB AS president. My name is Sophia Armin. I served as AS president from 2012 to 2013. I was the first WANA Middle Eastern American president in this campus's history and the first student body president to co-sponsor a bill to divest from the Israeli occupation in this country. I went up and down to almost every divestment hearing at all UC campuses from 2012 to 2015. I want to thank all the incredible student organizers right now organizing against genocide in Palestine and all those that got us here. You are on the right side of history. Organizing is not about changing minds just for the sake of changing minds. It is literally about stopping premature death. It is about choosing a future based in life, freedom, and dignity instead of more death, destruction, and division. Over 10 years ago, Students for Justice in Palestine put forward the first divestment bill. It was at a time of severe targeting of SWANA students, on campus. We were accused of all types of things and villainized by the media, administration, national lobbies, and even local law enforcement at a time when there was little support. I want to thank especially SJP leaders Noor Al-Wajid, Hani Tajsir, who taught me a lot of Arab struggles for liberation, and all the SJPers from 2012 to 2013 who made the first bill possible, and the generations of student organizers who fought and have been fighting for a free Palestine. I want to put on record that we actually passed divestment the first time it came up during 2013, but the IVP and political alliances in our judiciary decided that for the first time in numerical history, more votes did not constitute a majority. All of this is to say, and the lessons of this, don't give up, students. The system itself is designed to continue violence, but it is us, the power of the people, that have the ability to intervene, to choose a different path, and lead us into a future where there is life and freedom for all. I come from Armenian genocide survivors on both sides of my family, both who lost everything because of the horror that mankind can do to each other. But we have also seen the incredible ability of people to survive, build, love despite all odds. We have built and grown in exile. We have kept our indigenous heritage against crushing forces. We have refused to be erased. This is what the people of Palestine are doing now and have done for a century. What you choose to do today will impact generations from now. Genocide stays with communities, and we must stop as much of it as possible and end the violence now. I want to leave you with this. Genocide is the red line. It is the worst that humans can do to each other. The root of genocide is racism, and this is why we must stand together, because genocide can happen to anyone by anyone, and we must work to be in a world one day where genocide no longer exists. Genocide is the appearance of hell on earth. The AS is already taken aside. Our money is invested in violence. It is time to remove our money from genocide, war, death, and destruction. Let's do this, yallah. Onward towards liberation and towards a racial and a global justice future for all. To the people of Palestine, to the student organizers, we are with you. To the senators, trust your heart, see the humanity of people before you struggling, do the right thing, and divest now. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Free Palestine.
People have shown up every day in all corners of the world, including ours here at UC Santa Barbara. For years, and particularly in the past 7 months, we have seen the strength of a popular university unfold. Coalitions of workers, student organizers, community members alike, all for the shared love of liberation and the answer, the call to pressure the institution for divestment. From the streets to the AS ballots, to the strikes, to the classrooms, we have seen the masses of students and workers heed the call for divestment. We have seen this through the fruition of the Divest Coalition itself, one that is supported by and comprised of multitudes of organizations who come together to answer the calls for divestment.
On this May 15th, exactly 2 weeks ago, we alongside Palestine and the world commemorated Nakba Day against the backdrop of an ongoing genocide, the 76th year of the ongoing Nakba. The Nakba, which means the catastrophe in Arabic, of 1948 refers to the ethnic cleansing campaign which sought to remove indigenous Palestinians from their land to make room for incoming Jewish settlers. By the end of the 1948 Nakba, 470 to 530 Palestinian villages were destroyed. 750,000 Palestinians became stateless refugees, and 150,000 Palestinians were living under Israeli military rule. Today, the Nakba is grieved against the backdrop of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. This past Nakba Day is a stark reminder that the Nakba is not a distant memory or moment, but is an ongoing reality. On October 8th, Israeli Knesset member Ariel Kalner called for a second Nakba. The Gaza Strip as we know it is a product of the Nakba of 48 and a long process of occupation and ethnic cleansing. Many of Gaza residents today are internally displaced Palestinians from the Nakba of 48. In 2023 alone, over 4,000 Palestinians in the West Bank were ethnically cleansed from their communities by Israeli settler expansion. Israel's genocide has forcibly displaced 1.9 million Palestinians. This genocide must be understood as the latest stage of an ongoing process of slow and violent destruction and displacement of Palestinians. Mariam Barghouti states, the ongoing Nakba is not a metaphor, the assertion of an existing reality. It repudiates the notion that the Nakba is a frozen moment in history, rejecting the reduction of the Palestinian experience to a tragic but discrete misfortune. End quote. If you want to educate yourself on Palestine, we urge that you visit olivetreesb.github.io, which was created by members of UCSB Academics for Justice in Palestine.
All eyes on Rafah. As of today, May 29th, day 236 of an ongoing genocide, the total death toll surpasses 36,000 Palestinians, not including the estimated 10,000 buried or missing under the rubble. As of yesterday, in the West Bank, at least 519 Palestinians have been killed, including 130 children, and more than 4,950 have been injured. Over 7 mass graves have been discovered, many following invasions of hospitals. We must name what is happening in Rafah. Even though our words will not be enough to convey the brutality of the Zionist regime and the painful reality of living under Israeli occupation and genocide, Israel has bombed Rafah over 60 times in the last 48 hours after the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to halt all operations in Rafah. Occupation forces told Palestinians to move to an area called, quote unquote, Block 2371, which was a designated safe zone. 4 days later, occupation forces dropped an American-made 2,000-pound bomb, killing at least 45 Palestinians and wounding 250. Since this horrendous massacre, Israel has conducted 2 more airstrikes targeting refugee tents in Rafah. We named the Israeli occupation's violence when mainstream media will not, and yet we know that Israel has been bombing refugee tents and dismembering Palestinians for months. We are horrified by the invasion of Rafah, as we are horrified of the over 76 years of brutal occupation.
To understand this call for divestment, we must look closely at the particular corporations that profit from occupation and genocide. Corporations that we as UCSB students are intertwined with via investments, grants, research, and other mechanisms of the UC war machine. A little disclaimer again, I will be mentioning violence here. So Northrop Grumman is a US-based defense technology company that manufactures military aircraft and precision missile systems, as well as military drones. Northrop Grumman has provided the Israeli military's occupation with weapons of targeted destruction. Since the beginning of this genocide, Northrop Grumman was awarded an $8.9 million contract funded by US taxpayers' money to facilitate the mass destruction and murder of Palestinians that we witness unfold today. We are key players in this cycle of violence and extraction, receiving over $3 million in research from Northrop Grumman since 2005 to funnel research into the war machine and profiteer off of weapons manufacturing. Caterpillar is the world's largest manufacturer of construction and mining equipment, providing the very bulldozers that have demolished Palestinian homes, farmlands, expand illegal settlements, and construct the apartheid wall and military checkpoints used to terrorize Palestinians throughout the West Bank. These have been ruled in violation of international law in the ICJ 2004 advisory opinion. Today, we witness the continuation of the Israeli military's use of Caterpillar machinery in this genocide. On December 16th, Israeli Caterpillar bulldozers were seen running over and crushing displaced people inside their tents in Beit Lahia Kamal Adwan Hospital courtyard, where several people seeking refuge in the hospital's courtyard were seen being buried alive and desecrated. This destruction is part of the larger attacks on healthcare systems and infrastructure as a mechanism of genocide. Destruction and death are not just ideas or words. They are active machineries that are produced using the diamond research of US-based corporations, which we are intertwined with. Raytheon, or RTX, is the world's second largest weapons manufacturer. Over the last decade, Raytheon has participated in contracts worth over $4 billion to supply Israel with weapons that facilitate the occupation, siege, and bombardment of Gaza. In the escalation we witnessed today, RTX has increased its stock by more than 10%, expanding its profit through supplying air-to-surface missiles, cluster bombs, and fighter jet engines that have been routinely used against the people and life infrastructure of Gaza. We know with the current UC investments of over $30 billion in weapons manufacturing, including RTX, the profiteering of Raytheon is also the profiteering of the UC off of the genocide we witnessed today. We must also recognize that these violences do not exist in a vacuum. The production and supply of weapons and tools of control facilitate violence throughout the world. AFSC reports that Raytheon made $45 million between 2008 to 21 through its contracts with the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. As students, we must commit to an education that is not intertwined with this industry of war, destruction, and genocide. The Boeing company produces approximately half of all commercial and defense aircraft fleets worldwide and brought $93.4 billion in revenue in 2017. The Israeli military has been using these missiles extensively, including in the bombs on October 10th and 27th that killed 24 people of the al-Najjar family and 19 people of the Abu Muayyad family in Deir al-Balah, in what Amnesty International called unlawful airstrikes on homes full of civilians. We witnessed the decimation of entire families wiped off the registry. This is carried out by the weapons manufactured on the dime of our tuition and fees. General Dynamics is a U.S. defense conglomerate ranked by SIPRI as fifth largest arms producing and military service company in the world. General Dynamics has been providing the Israeli military with weapon systems and munitions, mostly via the Department of Defense Foreign Military Sales Program. With blood partnerships between other weapons manufacturers, General Dynamics has seen its profits increase considerably since the beginning of this genocide. By mid-November of 2023, Israel dropped over 208 2,000-pound bombs on the southern Gaza Strip in areas where, quote unquote, Israel had ordered civilians to move for safety. Finally, Lockheed Martin has served as one of the world's largest arms manufacturers and has provided the missiles that are primary tools used by Israel for strikes against densely populated Palestinian areas and targeted assassinations. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the UN Commission have documented Israel's repeated and regular use of these weapons in human rights violations and war crimes committed in Lebanon, the West Bank, and Gaza. In the moment of today's genocide, we witnessed the escalation of these weapons. On November 9th, an Israeli missile hit journalists sitting near Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. The missile was reportedly a Lockheed Martin-made Hellfire R9X missile, a version of the Hellfire that was developed by the CIA for carrying out assassinations. Instead of exploding, the missile shreds its target using blades, allowing for a direct hit. The target in this case was not a military one, but part of the systemic murder of journalists, archivists, media, and storytellers. In this moment of witnessing the unimaginable, we must remember that this genocide is materially unfolding, from home demolitions to the targeting of refugee sites, to airstrikes of health facilities, to the targeting of journalists. We must confront the mechanisms of the violence we witness and confront the UC's commitment to the war machine. We must remain accountable from the imperial core to knowing and dismantling our ties to violence in all corners of the world. We must remain accountable to our siblings in Palestine, knowing that we as students of an invested institution have everything to do with what we witness unfurl at this moment.
This resolution is based upon the university adopting the United Nations Principle of Responsible Investments, or PRI. The PRI provides moral background to the statistical world of financial investments, arguing, as we do here, that financial investments have an impact on the real world. As a signatory of the PRI, the UC publicly claims to be committed to responsible investment and joins the global community in seeking to build a more sustainable financial system. We know that 18.3% of the UC endowment, which is $32 billion, is invested in assets that support Israeli occupation. This resolution, a step towards the demand for UC-wide divestment, as well as the proposed bill, demands that the UC and UCSB act in alignment to our community's collective values and the PRI's mission to support positive environmental, social, and governmental policies. Furthermore, at the previous Senate meeting, we have heard claims that this resolution and bill are not connected to the UCSB community. We reject this. It should be enough that Palestinians are living under an occupation and experiencing a genocide that our institution is funding. However, we want to elaborate that this bill and resolution is directly relevant to our communities. Throughout the UC, there are Palestinian students, grad students, researchers, professors, faculty, and staff. They are a part of our community, and we stand in solidarity with them as this university invests and aids the destruction of their land and people. Furthermore, the hyper-surveillance and over-policing of Palestinians in the West Bank is directly linked to the hyper-surveillance and over-policing of Black and Brown communities here in the U.S. The U.S. police forces are trained by iOS soldiers and learn iOS tactics in the deadly exchange. So, the tactic of putting one's knee on someone's neck, which killed George Floyd, was learned in the deadly exchange. The destructive and deadly war technology used on Palestinians in Gaza is a testing ground for future communities that dare to resist empire. Standing up for Palestine today is standing for each of us tomorrow. We have witnessed and experienced the enormous amount of repression from universities across the country and world. Fighting for freedom in Palestine is fighting for freedom here, on our campus and beyond.
The brutality of the UC was unmasked through this genocide. UCLA, UCI, UCSD peaceful protests were met with administration greenlighting agitators, Zionists, and police to brutalize students. This following testimony is from a UCLA grad student and former UCSB undergrad. Again, trigger warning. A few Tuesdays ago, Zionist agitators composed of white supremacists, neo-Nazis, reactionaries, and other racist agitators descended on and attacked our encampment with fireworks, pepper spray, bear mace, unleashing violence and terror. As my eyes were getting flushed for pepper spray and bear mace, my comrades were dealing with explosions of fireworks and dodging planks getting thrown over the barricade. The Zionist mob was allowed to terrorize the encampment for hours on end, while the police and administration watched until the CHP cleared them in the morning hours, only for police to replace them and threaten us the very next day. Indeed, the UC-sponsored police raid on our encampment was more violent than the day before. Our ears rang from the military-grade concussive shots constantly barged on the encampment. Police with taped badge numbers fired rubber-coated bullets on our members and bashed us with their batons. The next day, our chancellor called the police raid peaceful as our encampment members were in the hospital getting stitches and their fingers reattached. During our entire encampment experience, the university only threatened student conduct violations and arrest on us. 300 of us were arrested from as little as sitting in a parking lot, and 0 Zionists were arrested. Indeed, our chancellor equated the chemical and biological weapons that we faced with the feelings of Zionist students as they took an extra minute walking to class. Our university fulfilled the demands of the Zionist mob, yet failed to acknowledge ours. The experience of repression and violence that we faced in the encampment are a manifestation of the larger U.S. complicity in upholding Israel's apartheid and genocide of Palestinians. My peers who were maced, who were assaulted with metal pipes, who were hit by fireworks, were able to go to a well-stocked hospital, and their injuries were quickly treated. There were no fully functioning hospitals in Gaza. Settlers have blocked roads with rocks and boulders to prevent aid from coming in as occupation forces watch and assist them. Many at UCLA will graduate in a month, but my peers in Gaza will not. They are here today to continue our demands to our university disclose and divest. We should not profit from the oppression of the people of Palestine. During the next weeks, they will continue to escalate from expanding our encampments to striking this university. Within our lifetime, Palestine will be free.
As a Jewish student committed to justice and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, I want to emphasize that Judaism cannot be conflated with Zionism. Zionism is a political ideology of Jewish nationalism that emerged in the 1880s. The Zionist project has always been explicit in defining itself as a colonial project that necessitates the subjugation of Palestinians. Some may define Zionism as simply the idea of, quote, Jews having a homeland, or, quote, the Jewish right to self-determination. However, in reality, today, and from history, Zionism has manifested in Israeli racial apartheid, settler colonialism, and genocide. Furthermore, to equate Zionism with Judaism will be to equate the state of Israel with the Jewish people, which is fundamentally false and anti-Semitic. Judaism has existed for thousands of years, whereas the modern nation state of Israel is only 76 years old. My grandmother is older than Israel. As Judaism must not be conflated with Zionism, it must also be named that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. To reject Zionism is not a critique of the Jewish people, but of a nation-state founded on the ethnic cleansing, massacre, and erasure of Palestinian people. To protest the occupation of Palestine is to uplift and center the humanity of Palestinians. Anti-Zionism simply rejects the colonial apparatus which Israel was created to be, as well as the false idea that Jewish self-determination is reliant upon the subjugation, dehumanization, and ethnically cleansing of another people. Furthermore, Zionism is a threat to Jewish safety. Israel's apartheid state, alliances with repressive nations, portrayal of Jews as monolithic, and murderous campaign against Palestinians fan the flames of anti-Semitism, while alienating many Jews from the global struggle for justice. Jewish liberation and Palestinian liberation are not opposing forces. The fight against anti-Semitism and for Jewish safety must be in twin struggle with all marginalized and oppressed people. within the framework of collective liberation. I feel it in my bones that Palestinian liberation is Jewish liberation. I refuse the false labeling of this resolution, like a potential false labeling of this resolution anti-Semitic. And I hope that tonight this Senate refrains from perpetuating the myth that Zionists and the actions of the rogue Israeli settler state are inseparable from the Jewish people. It is precisely because of my people's history of ghettos, seized homes and possessions, dehumanization, genocide, and Shoah that I say never again for anyone. It is the Jewish values I was raised with, such as tikkun olam, to repair the world, and tzedek tzedek tirdo, justice, justice, you shall pursue, that shape my support for this resolution and this bill, Free Palestine.
We know that divestment is possible. We witness other institutions, including every single other UC, pass a resolution similar to the one we stand before tonight. UCSB has been pointed to consistently as proof that the call for divestment is not UC-wide. But look at the room. We know that the call for divestment here at this campus is popular and growing. We have shown up side by side, org by org, in buildings, classrooms, on the streets, in our places of work to build this movement. A resolution is not empty. We must apply pressure at UC-wide level to affirm that the students stand for divestment. A resolution is a footnote in history to affirm that the UCSB students do not stand for our complicity in genocide. With this said, we must also remain steadfast in this movement that a resolution is not the end goal but a step. We must also push for moving money through bills and legislation that assures material divestment. Today, senators, you have the choice and you have the vote.
To summarize what we have talked about, Palestinian human rights violations are real. We are complicit in these violations through our investment in universities' investment policy, and we have the historic opportunity to recommend divestment from corporations, which we shouldn't be invested within the first place. As you continue to hear students speak on this resolution, we encourage you all to listen to students and answer the call that students have been on the streets demanding. Stand up against human rights violations and stand up against genocide. Please vote yes on this resolution and bill that so we are no longer complicit in the violations of Palestinian human rights and in genocide, and we will take any questions that you have. Free Palestine.
Thank you so much for speaking. Do any senators have any questions? Yes, Senator Amy?
Okay, so first I want to thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate you guys taking the time and come speaking to us. I know it's not easy to sit here for a long time and talk.
Speak up, please.
So I thank them for their time. I also wanted to say, especially to you, who's also a Jew, you are more than welcome, any of you guys, by the way, are more than welcome to come talk to me whenever you want, especially Jew to Jew, your sister, forever. If you ever want to come talk to me, I'm always a voice for you.
Yeah, Senator Meehan, maybe it'd be best if we did get a microphone, if someone could pass that. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that said, BDS has passed, and I'm mentioning this because you guys also talked about BDS at other schools in your speech. So BDS has passed at almost every other UC, and with every other UC we've seen a drastic rise in anti-Semitism. Obviously, that is not the point of BDS, and obviously the goal is not to cause a rise in anti-Semitism. With that said, UCs like UC Berkeley, for example, there was a girl who was brutally beaten and she went to the hospital. There was a library and Jewish students were told to go inside because there was an angry mob, and the mob surrounded the library and they were banging on the doors and chanting Free Palestine and Free Zionists, etc. So with that said, and given the fact that the UC board has said they are not going to divest no matter what the other UC's ASN says, why do you guys think that this is what needs to happen right now, given what it's caused on other campuses? And what do you think this is going to do if the UC system has said that they are not going to divest, but it has caused a rise in anti-Semitism?
I want to speak to you saying that the UC board has said that they will never divest. We see this happen throughout history, right? They say that they won't divest from South African apartheid, and that's what happened. And then they call up the movement and say that they are an institution for progress. The student movement has never been on the wrong side of history. So we need to be historical in knowing that it is possible. The divestment has happened at other institutions, and we can be resolute and have this logic that if they say that they're not gonna do it, then we can't do it. Because the student movement has always done it. So I wanna speak to that part, yeah.
They're gonna say that they won't pass divestment until we make it so they don't have a choice, and then they will. To the point about anti-Semitism on campus, first of all, I think there's a clear correlation between anti-Semitism on campus and the BDS bill. And second of all, like I said in my speech, when we conflate Judaism and Zionism and anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, what you see is that every single movement on campus for Palestine, for Palestinian liberation, is labeled as anti-Semitic. And so what you see is that if you have a movement on campus that is for liberation of Palestine, that's labeled as anti-Semitic, well then therefore anti-Semitism is rising on campus. So it's not like an accurate description of what's happening, is what I think. And second of all, what I would say is that there has been real anti-Semitism all throughout the UC, throughout the country, and we condemn that because under the framework of collective liberation, Jewish liberation is Palestinian liberation, is Black liberation, is Brown liberation, is queer liberation. And so fighting anti-Semitism against anti-Semitism is included in fighting against all forms of bigotry. And so what I would say to that is like, unfortunately, there has been a rise in anti-Semitism across the United States, but there's also been a rise of anti-Palestinian racism, of anti-Muslim racism, anti-Arab racism, Islamophobia, excuse me. And so we condemn the anti-Semitism that has occurred around the country, and we also condemn and name the anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia that has occurred around the country.
Yes, Senator Reed?
I just wanted. I appreciate you guys for coming again, and I appreciate you for speaking to me. I wanna say again, like, obviously, I don't wanna do this in front of like a large group of people, but whenever you want to, I'm always here to talk to, and I mean that genuinely. If you have questions about Zionism, if you have questions about literally anything, especially you, who is literally my sister, I'm always happy to have a conversation, and I'm always here. You guys are able to find me very easily. So whenever you want to talk to me, I'm here. I'll yield my time. I'll give it to another senator.
Senator Butler?
Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Okay, I don't use the mic. Oh, I'll use the mic. I'll use the mic anyways. First want to say, thank you for coming. Beautiful and eloquently said speeches, on all of your parts. I also want to thank you all, and the speakers for coming tonight. And personally, from the heart, it's been such a humbling honor to work with you all, and form relationships personally with you all. I see you all as such inspiring and motivational people, so thank you so much for supporting me and my journey this year, and sticking by my side. So I really do appreciate you all. My question is, I know the work that you guys have done this year, and that this is something that's been not just this year in the work, but a decade in the work. I would like for you guys to possibly touch a little bit more about the work that you guys have done this year and how it's led up to where we are right now. Just because I feel people, or some sentiments I've been hearing, is that this might be a rushed experience, but in my opinion, and what I've been seeing in organizers like you, this is something that you've been asking for all year, and this is the time where we're at. So could you touch on a little bit more about your work and how this is something that's been continued?
I can answer that. So again, like we said, divestment has been on this campus something fought for over a decade. So this is not just something coming out of the blue. There have been even people in this room today that are SJP alum that have been in these spaces in Senate meetings, often being interrogated and ridiculed by senators, which I have seen a big difference in the Senate. And right, we've been fighting for this for years. And this year especially, like, yes, we have been in a rush. It is genocide. We have to act fast. Like, that's just something that is, it's just given, right? But we have been working intentionally and with each other. We have been meeting on a weekly basis, grieving with each other, standing with each other, helping each other, supporting each other. If we didn't do that, we would not be here today. And for months and months, we have been together out in the streets, protesting, having vigils, educating ourselves, growing our movement, connecting with others. So this is truly not something that is just out of the blue. We have been working for this for decades. The last time we attempted a resolution was 2021 on this campus, and orgs across the nation are demanding divestment. They're putting their bodies on the line to divest from the weapon industry. And we have been doing this for decades, right? South Africa too. So this is not something that we think of as just Palestine. This is Palestine and the global community. This is for all of us.
Also, even though the student sponsors are from Divest, SJP, and GBT, as you can see with the room behind me, this is a people power movement. This is a community movement, and this is not just org. This is a bunch of students and faculty and professors and community members and everyone in this space. So just recognize that we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't with like the people power behind us.
And also the over 50 organizations that have signed on to this bill and resolution shows that the students want this, the community members want this, and we will continue to demand to divest.
Senator Siddiqui?
Thank you. Not a question, just a last second comment, because I do want to move on from this agenda item. I just want to thank you guys for coming here today and giving your beautiful speech. And thank you for working with me and the other authors in terms of writing this resolution. I also just wanted to thank all the organizers and people here in the crowd. This resolution is the result of your guys' hard work. All we do as senators is that our job is to listen to the demands of groups on campus, to students on campus, SJP, JVP, Divest. You guys have done amazing work this entire year. It's been a pleasure to know all of you on a personal level as well as on an organizing level. And just for context, UCSB's Associated Student Senate has been presented with a resolution to divest in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, and now 2024. So let's get the job done. Thank you guys.
All right, thank you so much for speaking. We will now be moving.
Mic, please, for those of us who are hard of hearing. Thank you.
I'm gonna sleep louder. Thank you so much. All right, now we will be moving into our action items. Are there any objections to accept the agenda item for the time limit proposed? Seeing there are no objections, that motion passes. We will now be moving into public forum.
We're gonna have to share the microphone.
I first call Alan Schultz to the podium. I'll keep it in mind.
Okay, sounds good.
So you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please state your name and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to not answer questions. Also, please follow our speaking agreements. Also, I asked for your pronouns. And do you agree to these agreements?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
All right, well, first off, congrats to the newly elected Senate. It's a really huge accomplishment and I hope y'all are proud of yourselves and ready for a good year. I want to start by saying that in the heat of violence and mass casualties that we're seeing globally right now, especially in the Middle East, I understand the urgent concern for divestment from war materials. We are an institution of education, not of war, and our resources should represent that and be properly allocated to those academic resources. It's our funds and we have the ability to say how these should be used. Now, that being said, divestment is not something to take lightly, and it's drastically different from boycotting, which the upcoming bill you're also voting on is proposing. Rather than divestment from war materials, which does address student concerns, the boycott would financially cripple any RCO that didn't choose to go along with it. It not only refuses reimbursements for simply buying a pack of Coke or a Domino's pizza, but it also shuts down that club's ability to receive any funding from AS for the rest of the quarter. Boycotting is a personal choice that every student on our campus has a right to choose if they feel like it and want to align with it. But this bill forces it upon 500 plus clubs and RCOs, of which very few have actually been consulted. That's a huge decision with massive negative ramifications. Under the current resolution and bill, many engineering students wouldn't get funding for their senior capstone projects, threatening their ability to graduate. Kosher-friendly groups would greatly struggle to find any carrier that doesn't have Israeli or Zionist ties, and this would threaten their existence on this campus. F&B would practically spend their entire time needing to figure out what is and is not boycotted because corporations like Nestle own 2,000 plus companies, including 38 baby products, 48 pet care appliances, and 60 companies in healthcare nutrition. Even our psychological and brain science department depends on MRIs from Simons. The negative effects of this are unfathomable, and until we have solutions to address all of them, passing this would be irresponsible. This boycott goes against student rights, plain and simple, and the resolution in its current form, while correctly addressing the need for divestment from war, also cripples many students' abilities to properly conduct their research. If you don't have solutions to these problems, don't pass this yet, especially if you want it to have the meaningful positive effects that it should. Thank you. And I can take questions.
All right, Senator McClintock?
Thank you so much for speaking. One of the main reasons I ran is because I wanted to listen to students, and you actually said a lot of things that I didn't think about. If you ever want to talk more about things, please let me know. I would like to represent students. I appreciate you bringing to the table that we should not be investing in war materials. I agree, so I just wanted to say thank you for coming.
Can pass it.
Okay.
That's easier.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, Chair. First of all, thank you so much for coming. Just on the record, I kind of wanted to address some of your concerns because I do think there are a lot of people who actually believe some of those concerns about the bill, and I want to clarify them. So one of the things you said is that this bill would limit the ability of student groups to use kosher vendors. That is absolutely not true. If you read the bill and you look through the text and the therefore clauses, this bill specifically only targets corporations listed under the BDS list, which I can read out to you right now. Ahava, Airbnb, AXA, Barclays, Booking.com, Burger King, Caltex, Carrefour, Caterpillar, Chevron, Coca-Cola, Disney, Domino's, Alden Systems, Expedia, HD Hyundai, HP, Hikvision, Intel, JCB, McDonald's, Nestle, Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Puma, Remax, Sabra Hummus, Siemens, Starbucks, Subway, SodaStream, TKH Security, Teva, Texaco, Volvo, Wendy's, and Wix. So those are the only companies that can be listed under the boycott policies in this bill. It cannot be extended to anything else, and if we did decide to extend it to anything else, I would have to write that in the bill. So I just want to clarify that this will not affect the availability of kosher vendors at all, and you can have a chance to respond to some of my comments as well. I'm sorry, you said a lot of different things, and I definitely plan on addressing more of your points when I get into discussion with this on other senators. I'll just address one more point because I want to give you the chance to respond. You brought up that this would limit the ability of student groups on campus to buy products or services from certain vendors. That's not entirely true. It would limit the ability of student groups to use AS funds to do so.
Would you like to answer
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Okay.
Mhm. Well, first off, thank you for addressing some of those concerns. From what I read within the resolution and the bill, it seemed like this list was inexhaustive. And that was one of the main concerns that I had, was the fact that it said that no matter what is put on the BDS and the UCPSC list, will be enacted. And I think that there's a serious problem there, because if we enact that, and one of those groups says tomorrow that any organization, any Zionist ties were boycotting, then by the bill or the resolution, that would need to be passed. Now, I don't think that that's something that the Senate agrees with. I don't think that's a sentiment that the Senate agrees with. So I think that, like, given that concern, it should be made very, very clear in the resolution and the bill that the buck stops right there, kind of. Also, I'd like to, again, call out that, like, while it's just those 20, something like that, like corporations that you just listed off, there are many, 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 many companies and products that fall under a lot of those. Some of those are pretty simple, but again, a company like Nestle has like a 2,000 plus list of companies and stuff. So all of those would need to be that's from two. Disney, another example. Disney owns so many different properties, and that would like greatly limit the amount of internship and work opportunities that a lot of like film media studies majors who I kind of work adjacent with would also be able to work with. So that's my thoughts on the first point. On the second point, it was about the, remind me what your second point was about?
So you said that the bill would limit the ability of student groups.
Yeah. Sorry, so, and, you know, I think first and foremost, these are student funds, so RCOs represent a great amount of police systems throughout. I think that simply saying that AS isn't going to pay for something that an outside organization said that they shouldn't pay for, I think that's not listening to students' voices. I think that's listening to an outside organization's voices over students. Again, divestment, that's a call that we've heard a lot on this campus and stuff. So I'm not gonna fight that. Again, I think there are nuances with that, like the example of engineering and stuff. But when it comes to boycotting specifically, like that's not a sentiment that has been shared by many, many, many RCOs. And I think that until those RCOs are consulted, first and foremost, this bill isn't representing them, like at all. But I would also like to add on to that as well. There is an additional clause too that says that 3 infractions of the boycott results in a complete lack of funding from AS for the rest of the quarter. So that means that they're just not gonna get money for Coca-Cola. If they buy Coca-Cola 3 times, they're gonna get refused all funding. So if that is true what you're saying, and that's the true intention, then that last clause needs to not exist. Like that is a very, very clear and obvious point that's kind of made towards the end of that clause in section like either end of section 2, section 3. Sorry, I'll cut it off there. But yeah, it does say that all funding would be cut if they're just infraction, period, they're infractions.
Thank you so much for your comments. We have gone over time, so we will be calling the next speaker up. If you could just hand me the microphone. Also would like to ask the audience, when you come up to the podium, if you are speaking on divestment, please state whether you are pro or against, because we will be switching from perspectives. Next on the public forum list is Jeremy, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering this, Jack Kizé. I ask you to please step forwards. All right, seeing as this individual is not present, we will be moving on to our next speaker, Mariela Vasquez. I invite you to the podium. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please state your name and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may come up only once and you may choose to not answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements as agreed on by the public. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, yeah, if you could just please speak into the microphone. And you have the floor.
So this is gonna be the organization support statement that didn't get a chance to be read during the student sponsor speech. Yeah, so I'll begin, and content warning for, Matt's death mentions. We are writing as student leaders and coming together as a collective community to publicly voice our support for Students for Justice in Palestine and UCSB's efforts to divest from companies that profit from settler colonial violence, military occupation, and the forced displacement of Palestinians. We believe that our student tuition dollars and other university revenues should not be invested in companies that are violating human rights. Since 2007, the Israeli occupation has placed a blockade on Gaza, deeming it the largest open-air prison and restricting the free movement of water, food, air, resources, and Palestinians themselves. These harrowing conditions intensified after October 7th, when the federal colonial state of Israel began its horrifying genocidal campaign against Palestine and the Palestinian people. For the past 7 months, the Palestinian people have been subjected to the most egregious conditions: relentless carpet bombing, complete destruction of infrastructure, deliberate cut-off to resources and aid, mass disabling, famine, and the countless loss of lives. There have been over 36,000 recorded deaths, a number that the Palestinian Ministry of Health cannot accurately update anymore due to the escalation of the occupation bombardment. The Israeli occupation rejected the ceasefire proposal, and despite consistent international pressure, pursued one of their most extensive military violence escalations in Rafah, an area that was supposed to be a safe zone for Palestinians. The Israeli occupation bombed Block 2371, a supposed safe zone, and killed over 50 Palestinians after the ICJ ruled for the Israeli regime to halt all military operations in Rafah. It has continued to bomb Rafah for over 60 times. Most recently, the Israeli occupation committed another time massacre where displaced families were sheltering, killing at least 22 Palestinians. Nowhere is safe in Gaza, not even supposed designated safe zones. As we discuss this relentless brutality in our university, we must never forget that there are no more universities left in Gaza. This past May 15 marked the 76th commemoration of the Nakba, the Arabic word for catastrophe, in which approximately 700,000 Palestinians were expelled from their homelands. Over 400 Palestinian cities, towns, and villages were destroyed, and Palestinians were forced to take refuge in neighboring countries and throughout the world. The Israeli government has continued to violently and forcefully displace Palestinian communities to make room for Israeli settlements all throughout Palestine. This displacement and dispossession has only been exacerbated by the horror genocide, with Palestinians continuously becoming refugees in their own homeland since the Nakba. 1948 is not a static point in history, and what we see today in Palestine is the ongoing Nakba, a project of settler colonialism and ethnic cleansing carried out by the Israeli occupation and actively facilitated with funding from the U.S. We must recognize the intrinsic links between the militarization of imperialism abroad and locally.
Your time. You're like, how do you go? Are you open to questions?
Since this is a support statement, I will not, since my answers won't be vetted by other organizations, so I yield.
All right, thank you. Now moving into our next speaker. Lena Mitchell. Now moving into our next speaker, Rowan Riggs. Are you speaking in favor or against the proposed resolution?
I am speaking in favor of the divestment.
All right, because you're switching, we will be accepting someone from the other side. Thank you so much. I invite. All right, inviting Hero Freedom to the podium.
I'm probably call somebody.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying. That would actually be really, really helpful if y'all could just call in the audience. Next on our list is Ananya Dejula. That is completely fine. You're being invited to the podium. All right. If you could please, okay. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it's graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose to not answer questions. And please follow our speaking agreements. Do you agree to this?
Yeah.
All right, just please speak into the microphone.
Is this okay? Is this okay?
That's fine.
Okay, my name's Ananya, I use she, they pronouns, I'm the chair of Coastal Fund, I'm actually just here to do my VCU report for the quarter. Yeah, go VCUs, go Coastal Fund. So this year, we have continued our duties of using student lock-in fees to fund projects that protect, research, and,
Okay, so point of order, you're actually not allowed to do your unit report during public forum. I invite you to either. Yeah, we will be in unit reports later on.
We'll call on you later.
We can call you later to give your unit report. Is that okay?
I guess, but I want to say that nobody informed us of that, and I've been
Yeah.
here for 2 years, and that this has always been the way that we've done it. It's
During
coming
public forum?
Yeah,
That's kind of inappropriate. You should have been, in unit reports because that's the time that we allow units to come and speak on their, their quarterly.
Well, if
Reports.
they need time limit, just like.
Honestly, if the time limit, yes, Senator Amy?
So public forum is gonna go on for a long time. Do you wanna text it to me and I can read it out during the allocated time?
yeah, I think that would be better.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for that, miscommunication. Hopefully in the future we can do a better job. I would also invite you to email me whenever, have you emailed me that you wanted to do your report?
No, because the standard procedure that we've been doing it is just you go to public forum and speak on it. That's totally fine. I totally
No, yeah.
respect your guys' time, but I would encourage you guys to make more of an effort to maybe reach out to the BCUs. I do want to say that in the 2 years that I've been Coastal Fund Chair, we've never gotten a single email from Senate.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm on the I don't get the quarterly Senate emails, and I feel like that's been a really big issue, is
Yeah.
that the Senate hasn't been communicating with any of these youth, and I am kind of a little bit upset right now, just because I've been sitting here for 2 hours.
Yeah.
If I don't do my BC report every quarter, then I don't get my, honorary, I'm not fulfilling my jobs as chair, so I'll totally yield my time. And
Yes, thank you so
good
much.
luck with the rest of the meeting,
Yeah.
I will email it to you.
Yeah, if you would like to email it to me or to, the senator's entities have not been updated yet. So yeah, please email that over to me. We will definitely make more of an effort. Thank you so much for your feedback. That is actually really, really important that we do have that connection.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Senator Gerson?
Oh, but it's just me, you're good.
All right. We will now move into our next speaker. Benjamin Keller.
I'm also in favor of BDS.
All right, thank you. Nashid Zaman. All right, thank you. Maheen Ahmad. All right, Rebecca Hurtado Farweather.
Also pro.
Thank you. Sarah Bakar.
No.
Sarah Bakar. All right, moving into our next speaker. Isabella Beretti.
I'm also pro, but I would hope that most people here are pro, so I think that you guys should just.
Yes, thank you. Because of the agreements that we have set, we will continue to do it the format that we did. And if we see that a majority is that, then we will allow everyone to do public forum the way that it was given to us. Frog SJ. Isabel Tobia. Cosmo L. Yes, because they're pro, they're also.
Also pro.
Kaylin, Shella. Jacob Rosen.
I'm against.
All right. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to not answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement?
I agree.
All right, you have 2.5 minutes.
Good evening, senators. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Personally, I think it would be a big mistake to pass a boycott bill. The impacts of the boycott being passed would contribute extraordinarily negative to our campus community. First, passing the boycotts could hinder academic freedom, as the restriction on collaboration and dialogue between this campus and Israeli schools would only hurt us, not help us. In addition, passing boycotts would limit students' access to various programs in Israel, which only limit students' opportunities. We are a university that prides itself in academic opportunity, so restricting access to certain programs is counterproductive and antithetical to this campus's purpose. These boycotts will also punish any RCOs who may rely on Israeli businesses to operate. It's quite frankly preposterous that the school would be dictated by an outside organization, UCPSC, with whom they can and cannot conduct business. Lastly, these boycotts are outright xenophobia. Even though many of you may hate the current Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu, trust me, a lot of us, including myself, hate Benjamin Netanyahu and Likud. Outright banning anything Israeli related to the current government or not says we hate anything or anyone from Israel, which is not the message that this campus should be telling our many Israeli students. Being that this bill is counterproductive and riddled with xenophobia, I suggest that you don't tell the whole school that you're counterproductive and xenophobic. Vote no. Thank you. I will not.
You allow me to ask any questions? All right, thank you so much for your time. All right, next on our list is Rowan Riggs. All right, hi, back again. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning that will be graphic, and you may only come up once, and you may choose to answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement?
Yes, I am.
All right, I ask that you just speak a little bit closer to the mic, just like a little soundtrack.
Second?
Louder.
There we go. Hello. All right. Am I good to begin?
Yeah.
All right, my name is Rowan Riggs. I use he pronouns. I am here today. I have been a proponent of freeing Palestine for as long as I had heard about what was going on, which was regrettably late in my life. And the reason I was inspired to speak here today at this specific meeting was because within 5 seconds of walking onto campus this morning, I saw probably 3 dozen posters that relied completely on lies of omission, on fear mongering. I frankly would call them propaganda based on the information available and the information that was explicitly not available on these posters. And so what I prepared today is just outright calling out these posters as incorrect. Any statement that begins with AS Senate wants to are phrased exactly from the posters. AS Senate wants to lay off student workers at Starbucks and Subway. I feel like this is just, the bill does not lay out, the bill does not say companies are being shut down on campus. It is asking the administration to stop funding the corporations. And I feel that it is unjust to say that student jobs are going to be taken away by this bill. AS Senate wants to hinder your internships and work study programs. Again, this is not saying that we can't have the companies, it's just saying that we need to divest from these companies, that we shouldn't have them actively being asked to help students out. AS Senate wants to jeopardize funding for engineering students' capstone projects. The engineering department at our campus is actively being funded by corporations that participate in war. Even on the document that was linked on these posters through their QR code, they are all stuff like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. They are all active war producers. And we should not be having students actively funded by war. UCSB is ranked 20th worldwide for our environmental study programs. Why are we participating in war when engineering can be used for such better things? We can be using it to help the environment, like this campus is supposed to. AS Senate wants to force you to follow a bigoted boycott. Students aren't being forced to follow this boycott. It is anything receiving AS funding. Individual students are free to do whatever they like. It's like not a single individual student is being forced to follow any of this list of boycotts. You don't have to do it. You can, right?
Will you be answering questions?
Yes, I will.
All right, the floor is open. Senator Wahidullah.
Apologies, it's not necessarily a question, I just wanted to say just thank you for your clarification towards that about happening today. I feel like it just gives a good, just a bit awareness towards it, or kind of just that's working towards it, I guess, so I just wanted to say thank you for your advice.
Thank you.
Senator Amin.
Hi, first of all, thank you for coming and taking your time. I know it's not easy to stand in front of a really big group of people and talk the way that you're speaking. So, I wanted to clarify I wanted to ask a couple questions. So first you said that students are not forced to comply. Which is true in some sense and untrue in other senses. If any student-run organization wants any type of funding from FNB for things like Domino's or Coca-Cola, those are just the ones that come to mind right now, they will be denied. So in that way, students are forced to comply through FNB funding. Obviously, you can like still as a student go to Starbucks and have whatever Starbucks you want, but that does mean that organizations on campus, which are funded by students and also like run by students, are forced to comply with that list. You also talked about work study and study abroad. This resolution asks that the school completely cut its ties with schools in Israel like Hebrew University. In cutting ties with Hebrew University, the resolution does ask that the university cut ties with the university, which also means that would prevent, which also means that would prevent work study and internship opportunities in that sense. So I'm gonna disagree with all of those points.
Is that a question or?
I mean, you're happy, you're more than welcome to respond. It doesn't have to be a question, but you're more than welcome to respond.
So I did specifically mention that individual students are not being forced to participate in the boycott. It was specifically as like, it is AS. Am I able to say this?
Yeah, even though Q&A time is over, since the senator spoke last, you're allowed to finish your point.
Okay, so what I was saying, that individual students aren't being forced to follow the boycott, that's what I felt like the posters were trying to imply, by saying that force you to participate in a boycott. It feels like individual students are being targeted rather than just AS funded institutions. And as far as institutions in Israel being cut off, there are no university left in Palestine. I can't say that I endorse for people to study in a country that is directly responsible for the complete and utter lack of higher education in a different nation.
All right, thank you so much for speaking. We will now be moving into our next speaker. Avery Zinner. Are you pro or against the bill?
I'm for the bill.
All right, thank you. Marcy Winograd. Pro. Blue Ramos. Not present, okay. Silver. All right, Cecilia Aiden.
Pro.
Brenna Bolt.
Pro.
Ricky Martinez.
Pro.
Leah Fullerton.
Pro.
Justin Shirazian. All right. I also ask the audience to please follow our speaking agreements, and to refrain from clapping during public forum. While anyone is speaking, you may clap afterwards, but just not during. All right. So you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name and enunciate and pronouns, so refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning should it be graphic, and you may only come up once, and you may choose to answer questions. Also, as per our speaking agreement, I ask you to also agree with that alongside our more formal, yeah, do you agree?
Yes.
All right, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Justin Kehim. In times of civil injustice, there's always a chance to stand up. Standing alongside the civil rights movement, refusing to salute to the Nazi regime, tonight, senators, you have a choice to do what is easy or to do what is right. BDS is a movement that calls for the boycotting of all companies that has ties to Israel and or Judaism, and calls for AS to restrict funding to anyone that wants to purchase from these companies. The movement justifies this by stating as a form of resistance for Palestinians, even though there are many companies on the boycott list that have no ties to the war, only to Judaism. It takes 7 of you to stand up and refuse. Let me make it a little more clear. The justification for boycotting Disney from BDSmovement.net is that the Winter Soldier movie personifies apartheid Israel. The only notion of Israel in the movie was Bucky's Jewish identity. So I wonder how many other companies are on that list that are on there for anti-Semitic purposes. This resolution stands under the guise of Palestinian freedom, but in reality it discriminates against all students on this campus. There's a movement praised by Al-Qaeda, Hamas, the Iranian regime, who's threatening to murder my
Point of
family.
order, hey, give the speakers time, obey the speaking agreements, and give everyone equal right to have the podium. I would like the speaker to have the rest of his time.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you.
You have the issue to start.
It is a movement praised by Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and the Iranian regime, which have threatened to murder my family for our Jewish faith. Why does this movement call for divestment and boycotting, even when many of these companies don't relate to the war? So senators, you now have a choice. To be brave, to fight back against systematic racism, or you can stay silent and allow us to reach the dangerous places UCLA and Berkeley are at. That's all.
Right, speaker is not agreed to mention, so we will speaker,
Not bad, y'all.
it's all right, gravity happens.
Question to the chair.
Yes, Dr. Reyes?
Question to the chair, will the chair be issuing, warnings for folks that are not following the speaking agreements? One or two, after 1 or 2 warnings, would you like to articulate?
Yes, so in order to give people fair warnings, we will be issuing a strike system. For every agreement broken, you will be issued a strike, and if you are issued 3 strikes, we will see your time.
That's for the speakers or for the audience?
I believe that's for that, like the 3
Oh, no,
strikes.
question to the chair.
Point of order.
But so you actually be recognized to speak, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Lau. Yes, Dr. Marcus?
So the question is, that makes sense for the folks that are speaking at the podium. But what would the chair like to do for with the audience if they're not following the speaking agreements?
Considering that the speaking agreements were made in conjunction with the audience, I think that it should be universal for both people speaking at public forum and those in the audience.
Okay, thank you. If I could, for 1 more second. So I will invite folks in the audience, please, if it makes most sense to step out of the room after breaking one of the speaking agreements, I would appreciate it if you would. Just step outside and come back in when we're ready to follow the speaking agreement. Really greatly appreciated. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Yes, Senator Iden?
I'd like to clarify, so, for the strikes in legal code and our agreed upon speaking agreements, the 3 strike system is for senators. So when senators are out of line, they get a strike, they're not allowed to speak on the item on the agenda. As for a public forum, when they violate the speaking agreements, their time is supposed to be immediately yielded.
Thank you so much for the point of clarification. We will be going ahead and following that. Thank you, Senator Iden. So just to clarify to the audience, for those speaking specifically, if you do break the speaking agreements, we will see your time immediately. Thank you. All right, next on our list is Shayna Hawk. I invite you to the podium to speak. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. sorry, point of privilege is taken. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic, and you may only come up once, and you may choose to not answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement?
Yes, definitely. It might be a little bit bad, but it's not terrible.
I just ask you to give a trigger warning before, and that's all. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Shayna Hawk, pronouns she, her. I'm a political science major affiliated with Jewish Voice for Peace and Young Democratic Socialists of America. As someone who came from several generations of teachers, I grew up valuing education and have always been interested in learning about history so that it may never be repeated. And it is for that reason I am committed to being a lifelong student and to never stop learning. Understanding the history of countries around the world, such as South Africa, Algeria, and Haiti, have inspired me to look at history with an empathetic but critical eye, to understand how interconnected our systems of oppression are. I have been a supporter of Palestinian liberation for years now because I know my own history as a Jewish person who has had family who were forced out of their home by Tsar Nicholas only to return to squatters living in their house, and had family who fought against the Nazis who called us human animals. Today, my Jewish family proudly continues to be against any kind of forced killing and expulsions. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. I watched the rise in tension as I grew up, and I want to reiterate that the news of a war on October 7th was a massive shock, but the siege that is happening in Gaza has been predictable for years now, as violence against Palestinians have been increasing consistently on a yearly basis. Now, the genocide in Palestine might seem irrelevant to our local community, but I want to say that the school reflects global humanity as a whole, putting up a front that advocates for peace while continuing to screw every one of us over without any tangible justice. This school offers up our students on a platter in order to keep ties with corporations such as Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, who operate in our local area, have made tangible business deals with our school, and make tools of war for profit, creating weaponry that Israel is given top shelf access to. Universities here in America are fundamentally run as a business which profit off the labor of their students and take advantage of their innovativeness, creativity, and intelligence to give to these corporations who utilize technology built here by students and actively recruit from our school. Understanding how our university profits from the military-industrial complex means understanding how our own students are bought and sold like products, and it means understanding why we are not allowed to carry on with our days like normal when war is profitable and we are doing nothing but fueling this aggression. I want to add that these aren't just buzzwords. They are the reality of the society we live in, and we are Gen Z. We have never known normal. It is our job as students of the UC to demand an end to our complicity.
That is time. Will you be getting questions?
Sure.
All right. I would also like to remind all the senators that we are just doing questions, no comments. Do you still have questions? All right. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to talk today and for speaking. Oh, there's the microphone. And standing and sharing your opinion with us. I very much appreciate it. Seeing that a previous speaker had mentioned the fact that the US was a big supporter of the civil rights movement. I'd like to, and your knowledge of history and appreciation of that. I would like to ask you what you think America has generally done when it comes to independence and self-determination movements across the world and here abroad, and you know, connecting that to Palestine and South Africa.
Just being a student of international relations, I want to just express that I don't think that the US is like just unequivocally some evil, horrible, bad guy. Like, they have fought against fascism before. Like, there has been progress that has been made, but to say that America has helped self-determination, I would respectfully disagree. I took an entire class about Latin American history, and this was like on a country by country basis. And in several countries, we have seen the CIA and other US backed government agencies
who have actively not provided self-determination for Indigenous peoples. And I want to also like bring up Chile. They democratically elected Salvador Allende, I think that's what his name is, and they overthrew him illegally and they put Pinochet in his place, who has caused just endless destruction to Chileans, and that's just one example.
Thank you so much for speaking. That is time. We will now be moving into our next speaker. Jacob Wood. Nelson Yu. All right, I invite you to the floor. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose not to answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement?
Yeah.
All right, I just ask you to speak closer to the mic.
Does this work? That work? Okay, sorry, it's way down here.
You have the floor.
Okay, well, thanks so much. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not here to speak on the elephant in the room, unfortunately. But the only thing I will offer in that regard is that only one side has had billionaires potentially make the threat of taking away jobs from people who are caught in support of one side. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Point of order. You're only allowed to speak on what you're.
Sorry, yeah. Back to topic, sorry. So we actually have another, at least 9 resolutions, I believe, on the table for consideration today. I'm one of the student sponsors on all 9 of these, and these are essentially to ask for the Senate support in kind of backing UCSB's lobby corps in pushing for certain student priorities. So I just want to kind of let you guys know about this ahead of time. We also have some handouts that I believe will be distributed later, or may have already been distributed, sorry. But in kind of more specifically, we have 7 proposals that we are in favor of and 2 that we are against. You're welcome to look through that on your own time and kind of look at it, but I just want to highlight a few things that we find to be the most important. The first thing is AB 2586, which would essentially allow for undocumented students to participate in work study program on campus. This has been a culmination of a very extensive campaign run by people, the wonderful people over in Opportunity for All and along with their partners. And we really want to highlight this because we feel is a really critical bill for moving forward and providing students with the opportunity to thrive and grow where they go to school. We also want to highlight SB 1079, which is the Youth Housing Bond Act of 2024. This is another bill that would authorize billions of dollars in bonds, state bonds, specifically for the purpose of constructing youth housing. We feel that this is absolutely critical. I mean, we all go to Santa Barbara. I don't have to tell you how bad the housing situation is here. So making sure that we have more funding for state-funded student housing is absolutely critical. We also have 2 bills that we are very much against. For those of you who may know a little bit about lobby corps, this is one of the first times in our history that we have publicly opposed bills. And not only do we oppose one bill, but also 2 bills. The first bill is AB 1990, which is a bill that would essentially turn shoplifting into an almost like felony level crime. Now, of course, it's going to still remain a misdemeanor, but this would essentially make it so that cops can make warrantless arrests for shoplifting suspects, which we feel is a very dangerous precedent to be set. We don't need to talk about how cops have mistreated minority communities in the past, and we really don't need to mention how that has been inextricably tied to victimless crimes like shoplifting. In addition, we also like to voice our whole opposition to SB 1287, which limits student speech on campuses. And
Your time is over. Will you answer questions?
Yes.
All right, Senator Corsandi, just give me a second to give you the mic.
Thank you, sorry, okay. Can you expand a little bit on why you oppose SB 1287?
Sure, yeah, of course, love to. So the main reason we're opposed to this is, there's a couple different reasons, but the thing I want to highlight in particular is that it attempts to make content specific restrictions on student speech. Unfortunately, as much as people can hate, hate speech, or they can hate whatever kind of speech there is, as long as it doesn't fall within a few very specific categories, it is constitutionally allowed. So having the state essentially come in and tell universities, public universities at that, hey, students are not allowed to make this speech in a public forum is an extremely dangerous precedent to set. We've already heard from organizations like ACLU, along with other partners, that they plan on bringing a lawsuit against this as soon as it is passed, if it is passed in its current form. So we have a reason to believe that this is, at best, an infringement of rights, and at worst, we're gonna cost the California taxpayers, all of us here, millions of dollars fighting a pointless thing.
Okay, thank you for saying that. I'm just wondering because I skimmed over the bill and it said that okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it just said something about being against people calling for genocide and things like that. Can you just expand a little bit more on the harmful impacts of that? Which is what you're getting.
Of course, yeah, no, again, I want to reiterate my original point that we can find speech, detestable, we can find it disgusting, we can hate it, but it doesn't mean we can ban people and criminalize people from saying it, right? No matter what you want to believe about and here's the other thing I also want to point out is that a lot of speech that's been considered quote unquote genocidal has been up for debate. For example, some people consider the phrase, from the river to the sea to be genocidal. Right? Under this law, if universities decide that From the River to the Sea was genocidal, they'd be able to essentially, penalize students for saying it, which we feel is, we definitely feel like this is not something that should be done by an act of state law, essentially.
Thank you so much for your time. Now we will now be moving into our next speaker. Shane Gill. Oh, sorry, just raise your hand. Alexia Duran. Leah Akoka. Hi, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name and not say your yelling, also pronouns. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning. It will be graphic. You may only come up once. You may choose to answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement? All right, you may begin.
My name is Leah Kota.
Please speak into the microphone.
My name is Leah Kova, go by she, her. This is a little weird. I didn't know if I was coming today or not. A lot of hateful energy in the room, but, so let's talk about discrimination against Israelis coming from an Israeli and a Zionist. I know, scary word, guys. I've been called a Nazi by a white person in this room. I've been called a Zionist terrorist. Let's add that somebody just said that Zionists are neo-Nazis, right? So let's talk about how this bill makes it worse. So, given the inherent discrimination in this resolution against Israeli students living here and in the Middle East, their academic opportunities and cultural ties would undergo a targeting simply because of their country of origin and connecting to their history. So the example is cutting ties with Israeli universities. I've been to an Israeli university. I've lived in Israel. And I've lived amongst Muslims and Arabs. They were my neighbors. They were the people I went to class with. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm late today. So let's talk about wording, right? So we came up here, they talked about how wording was just something that they had the right to talk about, and if wording makes somebody uncomfortable, then it is what it is, but I honestly think that wording without facts is super dangerous. So let's talk about genocide. That's something that's been brought up today. Genocide is 6 million Jews. So the civilian versus combatant death ratio is less than 2 to 1. In what analysts describe as one of the most difficult and complex urban warfare operations ever attempted. And somebody had mentioned that Israel is 76 years old. I call it 76 years young and 3,000 years old. And I think it's just lovely that any information or opinion against yours is called propaganda. We've heard that one before too, haven't we? If a poster about AS is called propaganda, yeah, encampments have signs like globalize the Intifada, which, yes, they do, and I've gone up to people that do not know what Intifada means that are at the encampment. And, images of Layla Khalid, who hijacked an El Al flight, a flight that I have been on many occasions.
a little bit crazy, right? It's a little bit crazy. So, your Western ideologies do not work in the Middle East, and you're against the only democratic country in the Middle East. How many Jews left the Middle East? How many?
Point of order, Senator Iden.
When you're speaking on public forum, you cannot have speculations of intentions for the senator and the bills in resolutions we're trying to pass. That's just one of our speaking agreements that we have.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
You can't say.
You're not allowed to speculate on the intentions on any of the senators.
I
You
was-
are allowed to critique it, but you are
I
not
wasn't
allowed to
talking about
speculate on
senators.
intentions.
I wasn't talking about senators, I was talking about people that spoke.
She mentioned the intent, when she could have mentioned something.
I didn't mention senators.
All right. Anyways, your time is done. Do we have any, will you be accepting questions?
I'm gonna say no for today, but bring them home. I'm Michelle High, and yeah.
I invite to the podium Hero Freedom. I wanted this, okay, yeah. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning to be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to answer questions. Also, I please ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Are you in agreement?
Yes, thank you.
You can continue.
Thank you. To the Associated Student Senate, my name is Hero Freedom, I use she, her pronouns, and I am a first-year Jewish student and an organizer of Jewish Voices for Peace, a board member of Students for Reproductive Justice, a collaborator with COPLAB, and a staunch supporter of the proposed bill divesting from war. I will aim to be as direct as possible because I know we've all been here for a while and we'll be here for a while more, but I do have a lot to say. Firstly, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, which has thus far taken the lives of more than 35,000 Palestinians at the hands of the Israeli government in the name of Jewish safety, amounts to nothing less than a war against humanity, and I refuse to be complicit. As of 2023, UCSB has an endowment upwards of $20 billion, and I will not sit by while my tuition money goes towards the murder of Palestinians. You must divest. Secondly, I would like to address the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism as it endangers Jewish students by actively delegitimizing the actual instances of anti-Semitism on college campuses. Do not pretend that your refusal to divest stems from a fear of anti-Semitism. Because while I do not claim to speak for all Jewish students, as we are not a monolith, I am a Jewish student and a board member of JVP, and I am telling you in no uncertain terms that anti-Zionism and criticism of the state of Israel are not examples of anti-Semitism, and treating them as such is detrimental to Jewish and Palestinian students alike. Lastly, I would like to highlight the filing of a ULP by the UAW 4811 union and the ongoing efforts to pass divestment bills across the UC system and the country/world at large. Both of these instances show widespread public student support for divestment. Ultimately, the public has spoken and it is your job as senators to abide by our wishes. You are representatives of this campus and of the student body. We want divestment. We want this to end. Do your part and pass this resolution. Divest from the current Israeli state and the military-industrial complex at large. The whole world is watching. What side of history do you want to stand on?
Thank you. Will you be accepting questions?
Sure.
All right, Senator Mead.
Hi, thank you for coming, and also we've spoken before, and I just want to say before I start asking my question that whenever you want to, I'm always open to a conversation again, and whenever you want to talk, I'm here. So you said that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and I would love to agree with you, except that hasn't been the experience here, or on any other college campus or anywhere for that matter. Believing that Jews should not have a Jewish state is anti-Semitism. So my question becomes, well, first of all, I want to quickly add, I'm fully pro divesting from just war. That is not what this bill does. It takes away from opportunities. It takes away from whatever organizations, the people that come to FNB want to, like what they need help funding from, it takes away from them. So as a Jewish student here who believes that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, what are your thoughts on the way that anti-Semitism has become anti-Zionism? like, I'm gonna repeat that because that didn't make a lot of sense, I realize that. So what are your thoughts on the way that anti-Zionism and the spread of anti-Zionism has caused an increase in anti-Semitism?
Firstly, I would like to disagree with quite a few of your points respectfully. Just as I do not speak or claim to speak for all Jewish students, you cannot claim to speak for all Jewish students both on this campus and on other campuses. It is not fair to assume that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are being conflated on this campus or other campuses unless you are speaking personally from your own experiences. Not fair. Sorry, I'm gonna need a recap. You're asking if anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism have been conflated? Is that your question?
No, my question, wait, you're close. My question was if there has been a rise of anti-Semitism,
That is fine. Can you stop with your question?
my question was because there has been a rise in anti-Zionism and that has, this isn't a question, the anti-Zionism has caused anti-Semitism. There's no if, ands, or but that has happened. If you're, again, you're more than welcome to come talk to me. I can show you articles, I can show you.
That's your question?
But that was my question.
What's the question?
That was totally a question.
I believe the
I can
question,
respond.
yeah,
I can respond, I
Okay.
feel comfortable responding. I don't believe in ethno states. No.
Frank from yelling, please let them.
No ethnicity, no religion, no people have a singular right to exist as a state or a nation. I believe in the value of human beings and individuals. Countries don't have rights, people do. The Palestinian people have rights. Israel as a country doesn't have rights. It's a country, it's not a person. I don't care about it. I'm so sorry. I care about the Israeli state. I don't claim, like, as a Jewish student, it is something that it's worth learning about. That's not what I'm saying. But personally, I will always put people before countries.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Next on our list is Daniela Vasquez. All right, Jacob Min. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking arrangements, speaking agreements. Do you agree?
What do you consider graphic?
If it's anything involving gore, sexual assault.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
okay, thank you. You have the floor.
Alrighty, good evening, everyone. I'd like to address a critical issue threatening our student community. Associate Students is an organization whose mission is to support the wants and needs of its students. However, the 75th Senate has taken it upon itself to introduce a bill that fails to support our registered campus organizations, otherwise known as RCOs, and undermines their rights by imposing unjust penalties on common use items and activities. The lack of effort to engage RCOs combined with the severe impact of these boycotts makes this bill a gross violation of student rights. Firstly, this bill demonstrates the impetus of the 75th Senate. Most of you have been voted in with policies that focus on unreasonable idealism and engaging in foreign policies. This evident lack of communication with RCOs is unsurprising. These organizations have been left out of the conversation entirely. How can you claim to represent our student organizations if you don't engage them in meaningful dialogue? The Senate's refusal to consult with RCOs undermines the foundation of our student governance. Secondly, the financial penalties proposed are excessive and punitive. According to Article H, Section 1, if the organization, and I quote, if the organization is an Associated Students entity, they will be charged 1/3 of the amount of funds used in the breach during their first transgression. For the second transgression, they will be charged 1/2 of the amount of the funds used in the breach. If the third transgression occurs, that entity will be suspended from using AS funds for the remainder of the academic quarter. Entities also may not be reimbursed in any amount for the funds used to commit said breach upon any transgression. The Senate Finance and Business Committee will have full discretion over the funds withdrawn from said account. End quote. These measures seem petty and unrealistic and seem almost designed to financially cripple RCOs, tackling the freedom of expression and vibrant discourse that comprises our campus dynamic. Many RCOs on campus are commonly using these products or services from the companies outlined in this bill. Furthermore, the bill provides an improper plan for handling petitions. Article H, Section 3 excludes any explanation for what is needed for a petition to the judicial council to be accepted, allowing petitions to be ignored entirely. This loophole denies students due process to voice their grievances, which is undemocratic and unjust. Moreover, proponents may argue that they ran on a platform of divestment. However, a low margin of the student body actually voted in the election, with less than 20% of our student body, or I believe it was about 20%.
Yeah, your time is done. I do believe it was 22% of our student population that voted though. We had a lot more votes in the past couple of years. Would you like to take any questions?
I would do.
All right, Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to one of the claims you made. So you said this bill was authored and created without input from RCOs or other campus organizations. So I've met with the AS Judicial Council, I've met with the AS Investment Advisory Committee, I've scheduled meetings with the food bank. I have scheduled meetings with tons of different campus organizations, both within and outside of AS. So my question to you is, where are you getting this claim from? This bill was authored without any consultation to RCOs?
So the 46 or so RCO sponsors that you guys have listed do not appear on Shoreline and seem to be either, what are they? Mostly staff organizations, grad student organizations, which.
Point of information, you're referring to the resolution. Not the-
Yeah, I'm referring to the resolution.
But your criticism was about the bill. Only the bill affects RCOs, the resolution doesn't.
It is within the bill, is it not?
No, I'm saying that what you spoke about in public forum was pertaining to the bill, and I mentioned I consulted with organizations. You said the organizations didn't appear on Shoreline were student sponsors of the resolution. You're talking about student sponsors of a different piece of legislation, their criticisms weren't added in your comment.
I see, okay. I was under the impression that the bill and the resolution are tied together. That you guys are using that as a,
No, they're two different things.
okay.
Senator Butler?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a follow-up to Dan's, to where the lack of communication would be. But, I do want to give a little bit more of a point of information to the crowd. So there is two pieces of legislation that's getting brought forward tonight. The bill, though, is our intent to table it for a week 10 meeting, so most likely it's not even gonna get voted on tonight. What we are gonna hopefully get voted on tonight is the resolution, which are two separate pieces of legislation.
All right, thanks so much for your time. Oh, true, oh, I'm so sorry. So the time is more so for us, so because the question is asked, you are allowed to answer. If Senator Butler would like to restate the question, just so it's clear.
Yeah, just to, the point that I was trying to make is that the bill, has no, student sponsor. So if you look at that, there's no signatures on that. So my point kind of was to that, the correspondence that we've been doing weren't the ones that is on that. Like, yes, some of them, but it's not that whole list, because it's two pieces, if that makes more sense. But what's the question? Sorry.
Point of order, Senator Griffin?
Not a Grizzly, not a person.
Oh, no question, sure.
I was in. The
Oh,
question was, could you touch more on, what type of lack of communication and who was getting, the lack of communication?
Well, I was under the impression that the resolution is there to support the bill, and so I was looking at it as one unit, which was what I was speaking about.
all right, time is up. Thank you so much for speaking. We will now be moving to Free Pal. All right, we will now be moving to Ananya Deshmula.
I feel that, a lot of people that are coming to speak, and I've been writing this down, taking notes, it's several, are getting a little bit confused about the intent of the bill.
Point of order, that
The
has nothing to do with
I know,
legislation.
but they're coming to speak during public forum.
It's a point of order.
Yes, parliamentarian justice.
If the students have like to offer a factual clarification, they can do so by offering points of personal privilege, but it has to be factual correction. If they want to speak about the opinion of the confirmed speaker, they may do so in sentence report or in the discussion of the legislation. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification, parliamentarian John. All right, we will now be moving into. Okay, point of personal privilege is called by Senator Martinez.
I just wanted to give a really, clear, like, a difference of clarification. The bill is gonna be tabled next week. The bill is what is gonna change legal code. The resolution is gonna be voted on tonight, but that is not going to change legal code yet. So if you're here to speak on the bill, that's gonna be until next week. That's what is changing legal code. The resolution is still very important, just so you can have a little bit more clarification toward the impact of each legislation. Is there any questions to it?
Thank you so much for the clarification, Senator Martinez. We will now be moving into our next speaker, Ananya Vishmula. All right, we will now be moving into our next speaker, Benjamin Keller. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if you don't be graphic. You may only come up once you may choose to not answer questions. I also ask you to follow our speaking agreements. Do you agree?
I do.
All right, continue.
I'm Benjamin Peller, the pronouns, and I stand here as a UCSB student calling on you to pass the AS divestment bill and pass the resolution demanding our university to divest and boycott. The ongoing crimes in Gaza are unimaginable, but I need not assail you with the horrors of genocide. But I do want to remind you of our complicity. The University of California has 32 billion of our tuition dollars invested in genocide, past divestment. Our university collaborates with universities of the genocidal regime, designing the bombs and the missiles that kill Palestinian children. As an engineering student and as a researcher, please boycott Israeli institutions and end our collaboration with weapons manufacturers. We are done with the lies, we are done with the occupation, we are done with the apartheid, and we are done with the genocide. So, on behalf of the students who pay their tuition to our university, the faculty who give their pedagogy for our university, and the workers who labor for our university, pass these measures. Stop the genocide, free the people. I'm now open for questions.
All right, we're now taking questions. Senator Ganesh.
Hello, thank you for coming to speak. You mentioned that you were an engineering student, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Someone previously it was stated that these legislation would curtail academic and professional prospects for engineering students. As an engineering student, what do you have to say about that? Thank you.
As an engineering student, I'm driven to do engineering things. But the reason I want to do those is create a better world. I'm not interested in making bombs and missiles, and neither are my colleagues. We don't want funding from Lockheed Martin or other weapons manufacturers. And in fact, I'm part of Gaucho Racing. I don't speak on behalf of them, just from my personal experience. We are building electric cars, and we are funding from Tesla, from Autodesk, from all these amazing engineering companies that are not actively facilitating a genocide. There is a better path forward, and as engineering students, we are already actively making that. There is no need for weapons money and for Israeli money to fund our engineering program on campus. Thank you for your question.
All right, Senator Remy.
Hi, thank you for coming to speak. So my question is, you and also both the bill reference Israel as committing a genocide. Are you aware that even by the highest casualty estimates from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which does not distinguish between the combatants and civilians, between those killed by Israeli airstrikes or Hamas and rocket misfires, and the lowest estimate of combatants killed by the IDF. The civilians to co-combat death ratio is lower than any other war in modern history. So I can repeat the question if you want. The question is, are you aware that this is the lowest death rate in modern history?
That's untrue.
Time.
We can all have in the audience.
So I think it's untrue, specifically to elaborate upon that. The United Nations takes over 2/3.
There's been a point of order. Audience, please refrain from laughing. It is in our speaking agreements to not do so. We will enforce it and make people leave. Thank you.
Also point of order.
Yes, Senator Gerson?
How can we enforce it as it's happened previously?
Would our executive director like to comment on this?
The chair and the Senate would be advised to call for recess or end the meeting. Because that is the element of having a public meeting.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
So-
Thank you.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Sorry, okay, thank you. I appreciate your concern, but just to make sure I understand your question correct. You're claiming that in Gaza, for every 2 civilians murdered, 1 combatant is murdered, correct? And you're saying this is, sorry, please repeat your question, maybe I misunderstood it.
Well, point of order.
I'm sorry, but it's coming from speaker. You can answer to question, object to their statements, but it will not be able to ask some question because they will not get the chance to respond. So we're trying to have everyone have a chance to respond.
So I'm just asking to clarify your question, perhaps I misunderstood. Can you please repeat your question and I'll respond to it, Is that okay?
Honestly, given the amount of people we have to go through, I would ask you to see your time. Thank you so much. for
Thank you, no, I appreciate it.
I now invite to the stage Jack Behar. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning. It will be graphic. You may only come up once and may choose to answer questions. I'll also ask you to review our speaking agreements and see if you are in agreement. Do you agree?
I do agree.
All right, thank you. You have the floor.
My name is Jack Bihar. I use he, him pronouns. I first would like to recognize that so many people in this room have experienced personal loss and suffering from this conflict, and I understand the feelings of pain, anger, and outrage. I am Jewish and a Zionist, and with those identities, I also recognize the Palestinian cause and struggle, along with a feeling of deep sadness at the atrocities committed against Israel on October 7th. I am also devastated by the loss of innocent life in Gaza. I understand the frustration and desire to create change when looking at the conflict, but the BDS bill proposed is not the answer. I share the sentiment of condemnation toward the weapon manufacturing companies, yet this bill goes beyond that and includes every company with economic ties to Israel, with most of them having no connection to military operations. This legislation is problematic in its nature, and we've seen college campuses across the country have a consistent rise in anti-Semitism after passing BDS. I know many of you have your minds made up, and this type of legislation is trending all over the country, but I challenge you to go against the status quo. Furthermore, I challenge you to acknowledge the variety of opinions on this bill. If a piece of legislation will harm a community on the campus that you aim to represent, is it truly a bill that is meant to pass? One community's safety cannot come at the expense of another. It hurts my heart to see the division and demonization at the school that I love, and this bill will only enhance that. Rather than deepening the divide between our communities, I ask that we set the example and lead going forward, showing that our two visions for the future do not have to be incompatible. I know myself and many Jewish students will be willing to sit down and listen to your experiences and desires, and with that, work together to produce legislation that we are all proud of. If we continue down this path of division, I do not see the possibility of progress. But if we are willing to work together, listen to each other's stories and struggles, and most importantly, view each other as human beings, we can be the leaders. We can show those in power that we can be a generation of change. All that I ask the Senate is to at least consider the alternative and try something different that doesn't deepen division and strengthen the demonization. I ask that we reject this legislation and work with members of the Jewish community to create something that we're all proud of. Something that encourages civil discourse, promotes unity without uniformity, and creates a safer campus for all UCSB students.
Will you be accepting questions?
Sure.
All right, Senator Hawass.
Hi, thank you so much for coming tonight. I am a Jewish student myself. I'm very proud of my Judaism. I have my Hanukkah earrings on today, actually. And I have always been very vocally proud of my Judaism. I once myself identified as a Zionist, and I no longer identify as a Zionist because I cannot sit idly by and watch atrocities happen since the year 1948 with the Nakba and the ongoing continuing Nakba today. I do believe it is possible to unlearn Zionism, as many in our community have. My question to you is, as a Jewish student who has worked with the senators bringing forth the legislation tonight, do you think I do not count as a member of the Jewish community? And do you think that that does not count as working with the Jewish community?
No, absolutely not. Your opinion matters. I recognize you as a Jewish student, but I know that a vast majority of Jewish people identify as Zionists and support Israel. And I feel that your opinion matters. I would love to have discussions with you, but also there's lots of Jewish students that don't hold that opinion with you. And I also want to point out it's a mischaracterization of Zionism that in its purest form is just the recognition of the Jewish people having a state in Israel. And while you may not agree with actions of the Israeli government, as do I, as many Jews identify as Zionism, in its purest form, it's just the recognition that the state of Israel has the right to exist.
Senator McClintock?
Hi, thank you for coming. I appreciate you saying that you want to work with senators. I just want to ask, how would you propose going forward that we create a way for us to communicate with you and find a resolution that works for both parties, specifically regarding the bill you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about like how all AS works and stuff, but I know lots of Jewish students and people in my community would love to join in the discussion. I don't necessarily have an answer for that, but I'd love to talk to you and work on that.
All right, thank you for coming. Nishit Zaman? All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please put a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to ask questions. I also ask you to review our speaking agreements and see if you agree. You agree? Okay, you may continue.
Hi, I am Nishat Zaman. I am a former student of UCSB. No?
Yeah, point of order, we actually, I said undergrads first. Sorry about that, it's policy. Now moving on to our next speaker, Sarah Pakar. Rebecca Taco Parweather.
Oh, I think they raised it.
Oh, sorry. No.
Actually, I feel like that might be a typo, Sarah Bacon.
This is what was written on the public
That's
forum.
right before you. Yeah, but I'm not an undergrad, so I can go after.
So we actually save graduate students till the end. We prioritize undergraduate voices because they have a direct, yeah, thank you so much for understanding. So Nishit Zaman.
Yeah, an undergrad.
Oh, you're,
Rebecca.
Rebecca Rebecca? Okay, yes, you have the floor. Sorry for the miscommunication. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning that will be graphic and may only come up once, and you may choose to answer questions. Also ask you to review or speaking agreements. Do you agree? Agree. All right, continue.
All right, hello, my name is Rebecca Martello Fairweather, my pronouns are she, they, I am the co-chair of the Human Rights Board. The world is watching, Gaza is watching, Rafah is watching, Palestine is watching. What will we have to say for ourselves that we stood and watched as more than 35,000 innocent lives were martyred at the hands of colonial efforts? That we sat on our hands with our mouths zipped closed as 15,000 children were robbed of their education and their opportunity at life and freedom? We have the opportunity to do something. We have the privilege of our access to education to do something. Too many of us have remained silent. Too many of us have stood idly by watching as members of our community have shared the weight of colonial expansion and are perpetually silenced by white supremacy, a system that we've continued to perpetuate here at UCSB. We must work hard to break our colonial indoctrination of suffering and begin to realign with our nature of humanity. Palestinians are dying, Sudanese people are dying, Congolese people are dying, Haitians are dying, people are dying at the hands of greedy and power-hungry leaders, some of whom our UCSB elected officials will become, and it's our duty to stop this injustice in its tracks. As a student at UCSB, I am disgusted by UCSB's complicity to the ongoing genocide and its failure to act responsibly and decisively on student voices, wants, and beliefs. As a proud Nicaraguense who comes from a long line of radical indigenous women, the grief and trauma Palestinians have been unjustly subjected to at the hands of Israel reminds me of the tactics taken by Spanish conquistadors burning down Latin American sacred and real history. On May 1st, an autonomous collective set up camp in between Malcolm X Hall and the library in solidarity with Palestinian people, speaking up against the university's complicity in the ongoing genocide, and it will continue to remain there for as long as it takes for this university.
I ask the audience to calm down.
It will stay there for as long as it takes until this university discloses all of its finances, divest from all actors who contribute to the military-industrial complex and colonization, demilitarizes from all on-campus research and funding and recruitment, abolishes UCPD, boycotts all collaboration and affiliates with Israeli academic institutions, reinvests resources back to our community, including a Palestinian studies program, names and acknowledges the violence for what it is, a genocide, and protects free speech, the freedom to assemble, and academic freedom. You as senators have an opportunity. You as students have an opportunity. You as faculty have an opportunity.
At this time,
And Chancellor Mann, you have an opportunity.
will you be taking questions?
No.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Point of order, Joshua, Senator Maderos.
In respect to the schedule and the senator's time, I move that we close public forum at 10 p.m.
We will be closing public forum in 16 minutes. Would you like to rescind your motion?
I should not.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Karen Krangler. Sorry, are you pro or against?
Against.
All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, or refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning to be graphic. You may only come up once. You may choose to answer questions. Also ask you to review the speaking agreements. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
All right, proceed.
It's working. Okay. My name is Karen. I'm here to discuss how this boycott bill directly and negatively impacts my ability to conduct sustainable paradigm shifting research. My research lab focuses on a technique called directed evolution. Without boring everybody here on the specifics, basically, it allows us and large industries to do chemical synthesis in a much more sustainable manner, utilizing bacterial helpers to make the active compounds for us. Recently, I received a grant from Chevron. This project that I'm working on is leading the efficiency of methane conversion. We all know that methane is a potent greenhouse gas.
This research has the potential to reduce the impact of methane by over 70% and convert methane into useful materials. If this bill passes, I will not have the funding to continue this research. I'm not sure what is ethical about hindering this type of green chemistry research. Please keep your personal disagreements with these companies' conduct out of science and engineering, because this bill sets a terrible precedent of hindering powerful scientific research. Divesting from the military-industrial complex is a noble mission. However, this bill would more negatively impact the student body than the Israeli government and the military-industrial complex. I plead you to think twice before voting on this. Consider the impact you make on the students here at UCSB. I really hope that for the good of the planet and scientific discovery, that you vote against this bill. I will not be taking questions.
Dr. Marquez?
I have a statement that's, pro. And things.
Yeah, let's look at the order of the vote for
I mean, can you take me afterwards? It's an anonymous.
All right. We will now, Mahina Khan. We have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate for correct yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. If you speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not, please include a content warning that will be graphic. You may only come up once you may choose to answer questions. I'll also ask you to review the speaking agreements. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, please speak into the mic. Is it working? Okay, yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and assalamu alaikum. As many of you know, my name is Maheen Ahmad, and I'm the current UCSB Muslim Student Association's president. I ask the senators here today, if you truly care at all about your constituents, specifically your Muslim ones, then how can you turn a blind eye to the suffering of our brothers and sisters around the world? How can you ignore the cries for freedom, for dignity, and for basic human rights? How can you ignore the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian students before you here today? How can you allow our tuition money to be used to hurt our people? I would like to express a deep appreciation for the students here today that recognize that imperialism and genocide have nothing to do with the teachings of any religion. There is currently an encampment that's been happening on UCSB's own grass because your constituents care enough to let go of their warm homes and beds and their security in order to stand for this important cause. We can no longer be ignored. Every other UC has passed a divestment resolution, and yet we remain the last one clinging to outdated policies and complicity. But we all refuse to give up. We will continue to show up to speak out until justice is served. It is embarrassing for this school that I was speaking on the same resolution as a freshman at this university, and I'm now 2 weeks away from graduating, and a divestment resolution has yet to pass. Inshallah, I hope today marks the turning point. This is not just about one resolution, one divestment, or even one campus. This is about standing up for humanity. Today, let us make history. Let us stand together, united in our pursuit of a better world where genocide is no longer funded by our institution and our tuition. You can use your money to go buy your caramel frappuccino at Starbucks, just don't have dance entities use mine. Today, let us vote yes to this resolution and bill and no to genocide. Inshallah, we will see a free Palestine in our lifetimes. Thank you so much for your time, and I will not be speaking tonight.
We will now be honoring our anonymous submissions. I invite Dr. Marquez to come and speak on their behalf.
Thank you, Chair. So the statement I've received anonymously, and it is the following. The first one is the following. Would the chair want me to read them one after the other, or one and then come back?
Let's read each one.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Anderson?
Am I allowed to ask a question too?
Point of information.
Considering they're anonymous, I don't think there are any positions to answer.
More people on this board.
No.
Wait, that information.
Yes, Senator Kusani?
I'm just wondering if,
I don't know how this works, but if someone sent me their speech anonymously, would I be able to? It needs to go through, Dr. Marquez.
If it is sent to the.
Yes, Senator Jefferson?
Gerson. If it is sent to Dr. Marquez, does the order of pro and against continue?
Considering we have no more against on the formal list, I mean, if that can be sent to Dr. Marquez, we can do that. All right, proceed.
But go ahead and read.
Yeah.
Alright, so the statement itself reads as follows: anonymous comment on the divesting from war resolution. The images that have come out of Gaza reminds me of the horrors of the Holocaust that my ancestors experienced and lived through, and that I have heard and read about. As Jewish student here at UCSB, as an activist, as someone who strongly wants to divest academic research from war and the ongoing genocide, I'm strongly for the resolution to divest from war. Question to the chair.
Yeah, that's Dr. Marquez.
Would you like me to read the second one or come back?
I think I'll come back. Thank you. Have you received the anonymous against statement, Dr. Marquez?
Coming up, it's a link that is not live.
All right, due to time constraints, we're just gonna go along with the list. Sarah Bacon, I invite you to speak.
Thank you. I would like to offer the microphone to my colleagues who are undergraduates to go before me, please.
All right, thank you. Is it Isabella Variety? All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and let's take refrain from yelling. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning. It will be graphic and may only come up once you may choose to answer questions. I ask you to please review our speaking agreements. Do you agree?
Yeah, before I agree, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can I ask a question to the public?
No.
Sure, I guess I agree.
Okay, proceed.
Children are dying right now, and I think that as people who were elected, you guys have the opportunity to make history, not only for UCSB, but also to set a precedent for our generation, to show that our generation does care about human rights. And I think that even in this room today, there's been a lot of propaganda of if you vote for this resolution in favor of it, especially, you'll be doing something anti-Semitic, or you will be showing your hatred for Israeli civilians. That is not the purpose of this resolution. You can be against the government of a country and not against the people that live in that country. And I think that we can see that in this country. We have a president right now who is not respecting what the country wants and what the people who live in the country wants. We had that same thing happening at UCSB, where the president was not respecting what the student body wanted. If you want to know what the student body wants and you want to know what you guys should vote for, since you are here to represent the student body and not your own wishes, go check out the encampment. They've been there for a whole month. They seem to want that. They seem to want this resolution to pass, and it's a good 200 of them. So I think that that's a good proportionality for you guys to understand what student body wants, rather than one person coming here and telling you guys that if you vote in favor of the resolution, it will be anti-Semitic. I don't like that. And I am taking questions.
Oh, all right. Senator Gerson.
Thank you for coming to speak. I know it's a hard thing to do. And thank you for being here so long. I understand that a lot of the goals of organizations that you mentioned and people that in the encampment is to preserve life and fight for human rights. So I was wondering what your movement is doing to pressure Hamas to release the almost 130 hostages that are holding Gaza.
So you already know this answer to this question because you actually came and asked this to me last week. So you already know my answer to this question.
Point of order,
Sorry, what?
point of order. For the people who are not.
I already addressed the audience. That's why I screamed out of order.
After how many times are they removed?
Considering we're ending public forum in 4 minutes.
You can.
I heard the question.
My question was, what is your movement doing to pressure Hamas to release the hostages if you're saying you care about all human life?
The movement in terms of,
The movement in terms of the encampment fighting for human rights, in terms of SJP fighting for human rights, in terms of movements on campus that are pro this bill. What
I
are they
think-
doing to fight for the human rights of the 130 hostages?
no one is free until everyone is free. You cannot claim that you want freedom for a certain group of people without understanding that you have to have freedom for everyone. So you asking me, what am I gonna do? People at the encampment have been sleeping on cold grass, as someone mentioned earlier, for a month. That's what they're doing. They're stopping business as usual to ensure that every single person in the world gets freedom. Never again means never again for everyone.
Thank you for speaking. I now invite Dr. Marquez.
Point of information.
Yes, Senator Egan?
Not sitting right, but is the microphone still working? No.
Can you just make sure it's not turned off?
I think the battery is.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. So, may I proceed?
Yes.
So the following statement was submitted anonymously to me and it reads as follows. I've been in AAS for 2 years serving in FMB. FMB is charged with serving the UC Santa Barbara student body by facilitating the financial allocation of student fees and making funds easier to access. My personal mission as chair this year was to reduce barriers to AS funding, increase knowledge of available AS funding sources, and generally get student fees into the hands of students. The bill to ensure ethical spending practices undoubtedly increases barriers to accessing AS funds and inhibits full utilization of AS funding. I'd like to speak about the practical implementation of the bill to ensure ethical spending of AS funds. FMB doesn't have much enforcement power beyond approving or denying funding requests during our Monday meetings. What exactly FMB approves funding for is broad. For example, student groups will request and be approved for funding something like $200 for transportation to LAX or $60 for Costco snacks, quote unquote. No one's getting approved for items from specific corporations. If line items don't break financial policy, we for the most part approve them, and further enforcement of FMB decisions is by AS admin, who processes and pays out student groups funding requests. Admin cross-references FMB approval of line items with receipts of what was purchased and cut reimbursement checks to students. So for example, if someone's approved $200 for transportation, admin will see that approval by FMB, cross-reference with a $200 receipt from Chevron gas station and cut them a check for $200. Under the new bill, either students are screwed over and can't be reimbursed when they find out admin can't approve their reimbursement, because even though it was broadly approved by FMB, they purchased from a boycotted company. Now the student is out $200. Yet many times admin doesn't even uphold the financial policies we have in place now. They funded non-compostable utensils, napkins and plates, t-shirts for BCUs, food expenditures that have exceeded $1,000, and decorations.
That is time. Since it was anonymous, there will be no further questions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll leave this here.
All right, that was the end of public forum. We are now moving into a 15-minute recess. At 9:28.
Hi, when we come back, we can count on the number of people that are allowed to speak. I feel like you know, because I know there were a ton of people who go to the building and they left for time because we couldn't go back and forth. And I feel like we just want to know that they are here.
All right, we are now on action items. The first item being the 2024 spring and retroactive batch of honoraria. Parliamentary law.
Commissioner, I speak as a member at large of the undergrad committee. I want to thank Sean for being so patient with us and provide us update in a very timely manner. I want to thank Senator Ironman, who will be back. And most importantly, I want to thank the chair for just being with us and rush through the whole process in about 1 day, which is a record time for undergrads. I ask the Senate to approve the undergrad tonight and have a post protective appointed for the regulated process of undergrad. If we don't have a post protective appointed at the end of this meeting, everyone in air is smooth. I yield.
Yes, Senator Iden.
Just because I don't think most of us can have much of a discussion on this, motion to approve the 2024 spring and retroactive batch 1 of our honoraria.
Is there a second to approve our spring and retroactive batch 1 of honoraria? Seconded by Senator Yu. Yeah, seconded by. Oh, it's done. We're on discussion. Call question has been made by Senator Ganesh. Are there any objections?
Consent, consent.
Do we have any objections to consent? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Our next action item is to reallocate 109.45 from VFMOM Brother from Another Mother's, yes, Ivy Theater costs to cover their community service officer invoice for the Winter Quarter concert that happened in February 24th of 2024. Senator Lee?
Am I supposed to motion?
Yeah.
Motion to reallocate. What, motion to reallocate $109 from BFOM's Ivy Theater costs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Mateos. We're on discussion. A call question has been made. Are there any objections to the call question?
Point of order.
Point of order, Senator
Just
Iden.
just so we are consistent in how we're doing our motions throughout the year, just state explicitly, it's $109. I'm being a stickler, 45 cents, just so we have that set. So if you'd like to amend your motion, that'd be awesome.
Senator Reed,
I would like to amend my motion to $109.45.
is there a second to reallocate? Senator Gerson? You're on discussion? Call a question by Senator Ganesh. Is there any objections to the call question? Are there any objections to the consent? All right, moving on, motion passes. Next agenda item, to allocate 269.16 from Senate allocated to Brothers from Another Mother for the spring concert on June 1st to cover food and CSOs. Senator Iden.
Just because I've spoken with the organization over the years and they requested $300, so I would prefer if we just give them $300 and any money they don't use, we just get back. Just so, because it's the last.
Would you like to amend?
Well, I'm not making a motion. Yeah, I'm just saying it. We should do $300 instead of the $269.
All right. Senator Mateos.
I motion to allocate $300 from the Senate unallocated to Brothers from Another Mother for their spring concert on June 1st, 2024 to cover food and CSO.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We're on discussion. Call a question by Senator Wayne. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to the consent? Motion passes. Yay, we're done with. We're done with action items. Now moving into old business. Yes, Senator Singh.
Motion to move a resolution in opposition to California State Bill 1287 from consent calendar to new business.
Yes, Parliamentary law.
Since it's in the consent calendar, you don't have to do a motion to it. As long as you state the chair, you want to wait out. It will be moved out according to the rules of other regarding this consent candidates.
Thank you.
Can you specify the number of the building?
1287.
All right, thank you. That has now been moved. We are now getting into old business. Senator Siddiqui?
I guess this would just count as something being in discussion, but did we want to maybe do unit reports or discussion items first, since there are DCUs here waiting, or did you just want to proceed?
The chair has considered your point. We will now move into unit reports. Senator Amin?
The woman that came up before, was that a unit report?
Yes, we're going to.
Can I do it right now?
Would you like to give a report?
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry.
if you, was there a second microphone passed?
Somewhere. Oh, yeah.
Just say before, which unit?
She was from Coastal Fund. Awesome. This quarter, we continued our duties as using student lock-in fees to fund projects that protect research, that protect research and educate people on local Santa Barbara cost. We fund $235,000 of projects this quarter using 10K of rollover. We have been systematically using and reducing our rollover each quarter. In terms of updates we've been making, we now have a GIS map that that shows potential applicants, the boundaries of where we fund. We affirm our commitment to trust-based philanthropy by updating our website and applications such that they better reflect the way that our funds have been funded in the past and current goals. Our passion remains allocating funds that includes direct student involvement and prioritize projects within high-value students, including but not limited to paid internships, research, outreach, and education in the arts. For more details with the projects we have funded in the past, please visit, and then it's a giant URL, but it's the Coastal Fund URL. She also put her name as Anaya, Chair of Coastal Fund.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ananya.
All right, thank you. I now call the Global Fellowship Commission, to give their unit report.
Hello, dear students. Now I'm in another different type. I'm Dan Fabio, I'm the policy director of the Global Cultural Commission. Our chair has an active insight and asked me to give it his cut. So this quarter, our main efforts have been focused on the spring recruitment. We have gathered 7 new members for our committee, and they will be waiting for your consideration on the agenda tonight. So in terms of the project, we did a really successful midterm booth station at Big Five. Basically, we bought a lot of international cuisines, for instance, boba, snacks. So just share our culture with everyone on campus, and we give out them free to our students. We'll do a similar event on the week 10 for the final booth station. For our plans on the upcoming school year, we'll be hosting information sessions for new incoming international students, and we'll be collaborating with Chinese Students and Scholars Association to arrange bus pickup from LAX to the campus. It may seem tedious, but speaking as an international student myself, when you spend 18 years of your life in your home country, suddenly you are thrown to a completely different language, culture, and social environments. Even things as easy as book a bus ticket to the campus can be challenged, and we want to help them with that. Furthermore, we'll be hosting an international students welcome party at the start of next quarter. So just get people to know each other and also offer them to see as the resources. And we'll be continue our collaboration with the Office of International Students and Scholars to include us in the newsletter, which will be sent to our international students on a monthly basis. And of course, we'll be continue our Community Contribution Specialist Project, which is a funding stream for ISO officers who have demonstrated exemplary service to students' body. So that's all from me. I will be taking questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I have a question. Just again, I just wanted to thank you for your time for coming up here to speak. You and GGC, GGC does amazing work for international students in the entire UCSB community. And so I just wanted to thank you guys for all the work you do.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Any further questions? Yes, Senator Yu?
Yeah, I would also like to thank you for, this speech, and, it's amazing that GTC is helping international students to kind of like better adapt themselves to, a school at UCSB. It's like really, I would say it's really, like not easy for international students to come to like a new country and, to kind of like study in a new environment and, yeah, as the international senator, I'm looking forward to work closely with GGC in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll be sure to elaborate on a lot of topics. We'll be more than to help you on your initiative of international students future study in that project. It's amazing. So thank you.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
Hi, I'm not going to say anything that hasn't already been said by, fellow international senator, you. I'm just really thankful for the work you do, and, as an international student, it is very hard to adapt. And GGC has made it very much easier for us, so thank you so much, and looking forward to more collaboration in the future.
Thank you, Senator. Great answer.
All right, thank you so much, Policy Director Raja. All right, I now invite the Human Rights Board to the floor.
Hello. Thanks. Hello all, my name is Isabella Sheeker, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Human Rights Board. Hello, my name is Rebecca Rothello Fairweather, she, they, and I'm one of the co-chairs for the Human Rights Board as well. We hope that you are all well and that you're all prioritizing taking care of yourselves and setting healthy habits as we enter full throttle towards the end of the school year. We are here today to deliver our final quarterly report as the Human Rights Board. And our subcommittees, as well as for our subcommittees, pages for individuals in prison, students for reproductive justice, and we will send a written report to the minute takers after this presentation. And also we agreed to the speaking agreements. I know that's mostly for public forum, but it applies here as well. All right, so we have started our applications. Actually, we have concluded our executive board applications and notified the candidates that we have selected for the board of their acceptance. We are in the process of getting our co-chairs approved by President Broadway, just to update you all. Our first event of the quarter, I think it was the first day we got back from spring break, was overdose prevention poster making in collaboration with the Commission on Student Wellbeing, or COSWEB. We created informational posters that created awareness on and about overdose prevention and put them up in the AS Annex and in Pardall Tunnel. Yes. Moving on to pages for individuals in prison, they had a book chapter event, Literature Through the Lens of Prison Abolition, on Friday, April 26, 2024. Former HRB member and PIP founder Julia Chin read through her chapter in the novel, quote, Books Beyond Bars, Stories from the Prison Books Movement, end quote. The chapter read by Julia described the establishment and maintenance of our subcommittee pages for individuals in prison. PIP's Kristen spoke to students about the school to prison pipeline and how schools have institutionalized preying on students of color and marginalized communities. Gaucho undergrad scholars representative Michael Osio spoke to the students about a different pipeline, the prison to university pipeline, advocating for inclusive and accessible education for everyone. We gave a number of books away to attendees, titles like All About Love by Bell Hooks, Minor Feelings by Kathy Parcom, and of course, the book of the moment, Books Beyond Bars. A big thanks to you as well, Chrissy Langston, for the beautiful photos. PIP also held bi-weekly volunteer events where attendees selected books, packed and shipped them to the partner organization Pages for Individuals in Berkeley. And PIP, under the incredible leadership of Director Lena, has also conducted a number of teach-ins on and around campus in an effort to educate and inform the student body on human rights violations.
Our other subcommittee, Students Reproductive Justice, held a Self-Managed Abortion 101 or SMA with Urge, a nonprofit that SRJ works with consistently. Attendees stopped by for a fun night of learning as well as free menstrual and reproductive care. Aside from that event, they made an effort to organize and prepare for the upcoming term by purchasing bins, which I may or may not have accidentally measured incorrectly. But we ordered bins to ensure that we know all of the products we have, store them correctly and safely, and to know that what we need, what we don't need, what we should order, like what we shouldn't order, and what the student body is using the most of. And they have also started recruitment for the next term, and we have appointed both of our co-directors for that position, which is very exciting. Last Wednesday, exactly a week ago, we held our annual Festival Culture. This year's theme was the night market. HRB hosts the FOC, or Festival Culture, every year to foster collaboration and cultural exchange among organizations. This year's Festival Culture was extremely successful. All of our snacks and goodies were gone within like an hour and a half. We tabled outside of the annex, right in like Stork Lawn. And there are reports of people coming by. Fun fact, fun little story for you. This one kid grabs like an empty box and just child's like middle school child, and just filled this box with things. He was like going trick or treating and just left with his little brother. It was very cute. But you know, we aim to serve not only the student body, but our local community. And they might come to an event that Becca's gonna talk about shortly. We believe it's integral to collaborate with cultural organizations which provide us with the opportunity to learn more about the variety of customs and traditions that shape our diverse community. Thank you to our collaborators, the Chinese Student Association, the Taiwanese Student Association, and the EOP Chicano Latina Cultural Resource Center, your mentors.
Yes, and you are all invited to the Block Party for Liberation. We are honored to join the Graduate Student Association for a celebration of a year of incredible activism and advocacy at UCSB at the Block Party for Liberation this Friday, May 31st from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Annex and Stork Lawn. The event will feature food, music, crafts, art building, drag story hour, workshops, and teach-ins with the goal of bringing our campus community together in a shared love of liberation for one another. And right after the Block Party, we are hosting a HRB end-of-year celebration, a time where superlative awards will be given to board members thanks to our collaborators, and final goodbyes will also be said as the term concludes. And we welcome you to join us from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Annex Lawn.
For finances, our treasurer has submitted the Financial Transparency and Accounting Act expense report to the Finance Board email. Please refer to those for the list of our expenses. Next, we would like to reassert our solidarity and support for Students for Justice in Palestine, Jewish Voices for Peace, the UCSB Liberated Zone, and all other campus entities who have contributed to the fight for Palestinian liberation. The fight against Palestinian occupation is one against colonial violence, carceral violence, apartheid, and genocide.
It is the Human Rights Board's duty and goal to condemn human rights violations and ensure that members of our community feel safe on our campus. This is not a moment to be silent, and we encourage students to use our campus resources to gain further greater understanding of the ongoing genocide.
For my parting notes, it has been an honor to serve as co-chair for the Human Rights Board during the 23 to 2024 term. I would like to first thank the student body for their participation, involvement, and upholding the values and mission of the Human Rights Board. We can hold meetings, make motions, and pass funding all we want, but without you all engaging with us, it means nothing. We hope to continue working to provide the student body with resources, information, and a platform to share your lived experience and hopes for the future.
I would not have been able to make it through this past year without our board members, Francie, Zoe, Cassidy, Lena, Stacy, Jenna, Lily, Alicia, Sarah, and our advisor, Tim, and our Senate liaison, Jim. Most of all, I would like to say thank you to my co-chair and friend, Becca. I am so grateful to have had you as my co-chair for 2 years now and have served alongside you this past year. Thank you for your insight, support, and
Echoing what Bella said, it has been an honor to serve as co-chair for the Human Rights Board for the last 2 years and be a part of an organization like the Human Rights Board for 3 years now. I want to thank the Human Rights Board for continually shocking me with your dedication and passion for change making and fighting for justice. To Bella, I am so thankful and grateful that I have had you at my side for 2 years now with the Human Rights Board. You are a wizard, a goddess, and you keep me sane. So thank you for being an amazing partner and Associated students. Thank you to our advisor, Tim, for providing us with some of the best advice I've had the privilege of knowing, and I will be sure to visit office hours when I graduate in 2 weeks. The Human Rights Board was one of the few safe spaces I've had the pleasure of being a part of, and as a soon-to-be alumni of this university, I ask you, the Senate, to continue working on resolutions that uplift and speak for marginalized communities. I ask that you actively listen to your constituents, particularly VCUs and RCOs, and include them in your plans, legislations, and actions. I ask that you use your power for good of the people and to reaffirm your commitment to free speech, protesting, and holding our elected officials accountable when they no longer represent the voice of the students. I ask that you hold our administrators accountable as well for their failures in fostering an inclusive and accountable and transparent university. We are open to your questions so long as they are directly applied to the content of our report. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming and giving your report. Any questions from senators? Yes, Senator Singh? Senator Siddiqui?
Thank you. Another question, just thank you guys so much for first of all staying here for so long. I know there's one public forum, and thank you for all the great work you guys do as HRB and have continued to do this entire year. And I wish you guys the best. Just thank you so much for everything, and thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we do. We have super Pugas, the same.
All right, I would now like to invite the Strategic Operations Office on Zoom to give their report. If you guys can just test the mic.
Yes, I just moved Abby over, so give it about 10 more seconds and they should be able to join and begin their presentation.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry I can't be there in person. I was there earlier, but I had to jump on another meeting, so had to come home in between. Hello, everyone, honorable chair and accomplished senators. My name is Abby Coleman, and I am the Chief Operations Officer for AS. I sit on the President's Cabinet, and I'm appointed by the President. And I have been in this position for this entire year now and will be in this position for next year as well. Let me share my screen to show you the slideshow. Alrighty, can you guys see that all right? Perfect. Alrighty, spring quarter recap from the Strategic Operations Office, also a yearly report. So as you guys are all brand new to being in Senate, and thank you guys so much for working so hard and diligently. I'm excited to see what Senate brings this year to AS. The Strategic Operations Office, I want to give a little bit of background, is tasked with assessing and executing the 28 goals of Associated Students. So we help with the goals of the association, but also the individual entities, and also work with the internal operations of staff, the president's office, and more. And you guys might be wondering, what are the 28 goals of Associated Students? So these are it. You can find them on the AS website, AS UCSB website under documents. And I thoroughly encourage you guys to read the entire full report of the strategic vision plan. However, it's like 400 pages. And so this is a really great recap of it. As you can see, these are the goals that we are focused on. And the 28 strategic vision goals are created each year or every 3 to 5 years, and then updated each year in relation to what the university and what the community of Isla Vista needs from the association and how we can support everyone individually, but also holistically. So as you can see, there are a lot of goals here, and a lot of them we have actually been able to accomplish. And I've been in this office for almost 2 years now, and so we've been able to accomplish a lot of these goals, but also we're tasked with assessing these goals. And so by assessment, we are able to look at other entities in BCUs and understand and see how they have done with accomplishing these goals. So each BCU supports the strategic vision plan differently, and that our job is to really either execute these goals or assess how other entities have been executing them, which is great. And a little bit more for the internal operations of how we break down the 28 strategic goals is there's 2 kind of categories. They're either process oriented, of like more internalized in how UCSB can become better through administrative change, and then outcome based is the idea that of projects and executing those projects and making a tangible thing come to life. But yeah, so those are the 2 groups that the strategic goals fit into. And I'll get into a little bit more of this later, but the strategic vision goals were the last ones that were set in 2021, and we were surveyed in 2020, and is a survey sent out to the entire undergraduate student body, and it sets the goals for the next 3 to 5 years. And it's prepared by the Strategic Vision Committee, as well as a consulting firm that is hired externally to create these goals. The consulting firm really just helps us make the vision plan packet. And the strategic vision goals allow us to be responsible and think ahead, which is always really important for the association. So for the recap of this quarter, we have been working on the continuation of the iPads for Equity project, the basic needs vending machine in Pardall Center, the Grammarly project, and water machines in the library, and I'll elaborate on those. So the iPads for Equity update, for the new senators that are coming in, our office was spearheaded the iPads for Equity project last year, and it was implemented in summer of 2023. And so it's coming up on a year of being alive, and it has been life-changing for students. We conducted a winter quarter in winter quarter 2024 to determine the impacts of the iPads, and the team, 10 members of our team were all reading them all together, and I mean there was around 40 responses, and they were just amazing, and it really demonstrated the work that is done to bridge the technology gap for low-income students at UCSB. Just for a little bit of background for iPads for Equity, we were able to gather around $35,000 for 200 refurbished iPads from a wholesale vendor, and then also styluses and other accessories for low-income students at UCSB. And you can get them an iPad if you'd like with the tech grant at Basic Needs Tech in the USEN if you are interested. But right now we are in the process of ordering new replacement accessories for the iPads, and that's coming along great. As we know, things get lost or damaged, and while we do charge some of the bigger issues if there is a replacement needed for a big issue, but we've only had to order replacement accessories once since the project had started, which I think has been a success, and there's not that many replacement accessories. The students really take care of these iPads and are really thankful for them. The ACCA grant we are working on with, it's an accessibility grant, and we're working with DSP in order to get 15 more iPads solely for DSP students, because we know how much if a student is DSP and maybe low income, they might be doubly disadvantaged there, and these iPads can really be life-changing to DSP students and help alter the trajectory of their academic career. And graduate students, the Graduate Student Association is also interested, so we've been working with them as well. The Basic Needs Vending Machine is a collaboration with Basic Needs Senate Committee and the AS President to create a Basic Needs Vending Machine in Pardall Center. Our office has been and will specifically be helping in the project management and the proposal side of the project. And so we are on the end, we're nearing the end of this project and we're really, really excited. We collaborated with PMHC, SRJ, Gauchos for Recovery, and more to put products in the vending machine such as Plan B, Narcan, condoms, first aid kits, water, toothbrush, toothpaste, and so much more. And we're really happy that this has been working out. And so the vending machine has been ordered. And if Alvin Wang is still there, thank you, Alvin. And we have been using the HIP fund, the High Impact Project Fund, Senate, to fund this project because of the impacts that it would have on the community in Isla Vista and for the students. Having low cost and free items accessible 24/7 is extremely beneficial and will be life-changing for so many students, especially students in a crisis or that really need help in the moment. So we're excited for that continuation of them. The Grammarly project, unfortunately, did not survive the planning stages, but we wanted to share with you guys anyways because Senate had a really beneficial part to helping the Grammarly project. Grammarly for Education, our goal was to get Grammarly for Education, which was premium for all UCSB students. And it was $13 for each student for the entire school year, so about $4 per quarter. And it would help English language learners, CLAS students and tutors, STEM majors, and truly all students that would benefit from Grammarly for Education. It's a great resource. And so we wanted to put it on the elections ballot to establish a lock-in fee. However, there was concerns about the legalities of an external company as a lock-in fee. So we're changing our narrative and we're reaching out to, sorry, that's covered, but we're reaching out to UCSB IT and the technology department at UCSB to kind of go from an administrative standpoint instead of an AS standpoint. Instead of using AS funds, we'd use, the administration. And so there's a tech grant in the technology department at UCSB. So we're working collaboratively with them as well as other individuals in different departments elsewhere in UCSB. So it's not, we're not taking defeat yet. We really want this project and we think it would really help so many students. It just didn't survive the elections ballot, which is okay. And then lastly, we have the water machines in the library. So if you guys didn't know, 3 floors of the library do not have the water machine dispensers for the water bottles, and the 4th floor only has 1. So we want to encourage an eco-friendly library and students using water bottles, and also the convenience of this water bottle dispenser. And so we're proposing this next fall quarter to add 3 new water dispensers to different floors of the building. And so we've been in contact with library building operations, and it's looking really good. And we're really excited to get this going because we all know, I think UCSB is one of the most universities that uses water bottles. And I think all students would benefit from this instead of having to go to another floor for water. Anyways, I wanted to talk a little bit about vision plan remodel. So as the strategic vision plan is revised and remade every 3 to 5 years, it has come time to make those changes and to revise and remake the strategic vision plan. So with that, what you'll expect from us this upcoming year and especially fall quarter is an all campus-wide survey to go out. We will be hiring a consulting company and assembling board members for the Strategic Vision Plan Committee, including Executive Director Marquez, as well as other staff members, but also students in AS. And so we are going to continue to assess the progress of the vision plan goals and continue remaking and remodeling the strategic vision plan with the ideas and goals of what the university is now set upon. So, and we're excited to get going on that. Yeah, I'm open to questions. Thank you guys for bearing with me on Zoom here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know. I can also give you guys my email if you need anything.
All right, thank you so much for your report. We do have some senators that would like to ask questions. Senator Iden.
This is just more of a comment on the agenda tonight. On the agenda tonight, we are doing the appointments for the advocacy committee, and myself and Senator Yu are looking to be appointed, and I just want to say I'm looking forward to the good work next year. Also, shout out to the basic needs vending machine. There's been too many times in IB where I've been out of food and all the restaurants are closed, so that's going to be absolutely killer. It's going to be great for students. I love the project, and it's going to be great to, continue all the projects next year, and, the Lord started will be great. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited.
Senator McClintock?
Hi, thank you for your report. I wanted to say I'm really excited for the vending machine. I work at Pardall Center, so we've been there setting up, getting ready for it, and I really can't wait to see it happen. So thank you for your hard work and dedication.
Yay, perfect. Yes, thank you.
This game of hot potato gets crazy. All right, again, thank you so much for your dedication. 400 pages is nuts. That's like dedication and hard work right there. I appreciate you and your time. All right, we will now be moving into discussion items. We have CalPERS a year in review presentation. I know you did it.
Everybody.
We'll be pulling up your slides in a second. Yeah. Also, if you can see like next. Yeah. All right.
Cool. All right, just making sure you can hear me. You stick it out a little bit. Hi, everybody. My name is Jake Kalberg. Thanks for having our presentation. We're here to give our annual report as is stipulated in our contract with the university. Just to let you guys know on all the work that we've been doing this year, and a little bit about what we plan to do next year. Next slide. So yeah, just for those of you who don't know about Kalberg or about like some of our organizational history, is we're a nonprofit organization that was started all the way back in the 70s, so over 50 years old now. We're run up of a board of directors made up of students. I'm on there. We're funded by a student fee, and we work on mostly, but not exclusively, environmental issues. And then the way that we tackle these solutions is by finding political solutions, right? Through passing policy that helps fix these issues. And one of the other really cool things about us is that we're part of a statewide and a national network. So the student PERGs operate in over 21 states across the country, as well as being part of a network of nonprofits that has a bunch of other nonprofits that do really cool work for the environment, and also some of our other work that I'll get into in a second. Next slide. And yeah, so CalPERG's mission is to organize the student voice to stand up for the public interest against special interests. And when we say special interest, this mostly means like really big companies. Just as some examples of some stuff we've worked on in the past and how that relates to our mission. We were the group that got thousands of people mobilized to get our state to 100% clean electricity by 2045 by passing, Senate Bill 100, which was a really huge win in the fight against climate change. And obviously the main opposition to that would be like fossil fuel industry. So that's an example of where it's really important to sort of organize the public interest against that special interest. And we've also done a lot of stuff like that for plastic pollution, as well as reducing textbooks costs for students. And these issues are a clear case of our right for a livable future, clean air, affordable higher education, being threatened because of large corporate interests. And so we're all about sort of representing the public interest against that. And yeah, so that's why we think it's super essential to train and mobilize college students. Next slide. As a statewide organization, we have 8 chapters across the UC system. And like I mentioned, chapters in states all across the country. And we're governed by a statewide board of directors made up of students from each chapter who get to make real decisions about the organization, like voting on the budget, deciding our statewide lead campaign, and approving any new campaigns the students want to run on campus. One of the really cool things is we're a nonprofit that's funded and run by students. So I'm sure you guys have encountered a ton of nonprofits who come to campus and talk to students. And to my knowledge, we're actually the largest one that's not only funded by students, so you don't have to question like, oh, like who's funding this group, but also run by students. So any decision we make, if you guys are for or against it, it is coming from students. So it's people that you can actually talk to on the campuses across California. And we also have a statewide executive committee where 6 students are elected from the board of directors who help drive statewide priorities. I'm on the executive committee as well as our chair, Sierra Ferrante, who, I don't know, you guys might have seen her on campus. Next slide. And then sort of looking at just this spring by the numbers, we had 80 people volunteer at some of our events. We educated over 6,000 students through class presentations, and we gained 350 new dues-paying members, and that's 2,700 for the whole year, which is super cool, because like I said, we're funded by students, and we do that through doing face-to-face conversations and signing students up for a student fee. I'm sure some of you guys are on there, and if you are, thank you very much. Next slide. So to move into our campaigns, we had a bunch. So yeah, next slide. First is our Beyond Plastics campaign. This was by far our largest campaign. Hopefully you guys have heard of this in one of your classes, or maybe somebody has accosted you at the Arbor to tell you about it. But basically, plastic waste is a huge problem in America, or not in America, but in the world. We find plastic in huge islands in the ocean. We find plastic on our beaches. We find plastic in our forests. We find them in mountains. And one of the most scary things is we're starting to find microplastics in our food, in our water, in our blood. Really scary stuff, and super awful because we don't actually need to be doing this. And we found that one of the most unnecessary kinds of plastic waste here in California is those plastic bags you get at the grocery store. They say reusable on them, but people use them for 5 minutes and throw them out. And this has led to over 230,000 tons of plastic bag waste just in 2021 here in California. So we thought it was really important to finally ban these plastic bags. It's kind of ridiculous that they're still a thing, frankly. So we gathered a little under 1,000 petitions right here at UCSB. We made class announcements in over 100 classes. And because of all this outreach, because of all this support that we've been building, both of the bills tackling this issue got passed in the respective floors. They still need to get passed in another floor and then not vetoed by the governor. But things are looking really promising, and we've made a ton of progress so far in this bill. Next slide. We're also running our campaign to protect California's oceans. Our oceans are subject to a lot of really awful stuff like overfishing, oil drilling, people dumping their trash. And I think when we look at our federal lands, like on land, it's kind of a no-brainer that we'd be like, okay, let's make something like a national park so that like nobody can cut down this forest or nobody can build a factory here. But for a long time, we didn't have that for our oceans. And when we did, they were called marine protected areas. One of the unfortunate things, though, is that the fishing industry really doesn't like them because, right, then you can't fish there anymore. But they're really great for our environment. And so we're working on actually expanding them. And to do this, we've sent various students across the state to our Fish and Game Commission meetings, which have been happening all over the state. And we also helped run Oceans Day, which is super cool. It's an event that we helped put on years ago. It's become a tradition in Sacramento where groups get together and sort of lobby on protecting the oceans, which I think is awesome. Next slide. We've also been working to commit UCSB to 100% renewable energy by 2035. This is really important. I'm sure that we are all terrified of climate change. I know that I am. And I think one thing that's been on students' minds, especially more now, is that if we pay our money into a university, we should have some say about, where that money goes. And one thing that we found is that the UC system has their policy is to wait until 2045 to fully stop using fossil fuels, which is kind of crazy. We think that we have the technology and the funds to get there 10 years earlier. So we're pushing the UC to commit to 100% clean energy by 2035. We got covered on the news for our work on that. We passed a resolution last year, or last couple quarters ago. And just today we had a really big event at the UCenn where we did a huge chalk mural about why clean energy is important. So if you guys are down there in the coming days, make sure to check that out. Next slide. Yeah. Oh. It's the new voters project one.
I'm sorry about the terrible scrolling. It doesn't do what I want it to do.
Cool. And yeah, I think one thing is that our generation is acutely aware of is that our politics do not represent what we think, right? And I think there's kind of a vicious cycle tendency for that, right? If we look at our politics and we don't see anything we believe in, we're less likely to vote, and the less likely we are to vote, the less likely policies that we like are going to be in politics. So solution to that is just to make sure that our generation gets out to vote all the time, right? Every election, make sure that we're hitting crazy numbers. And that's what we've been working to do. We turned out a ton of people to vote for the March 5th primary elections. A ton of people, where they could sign up, where they could vote. And now we're just gearing up for the November elections, which are going to be a doozy. But yeah, that's our New Voters Project. Next slide. And then lastly here, this was our smallest campaign, but it was pretty impactful. I think you guys are all aware of how expensive textbooks are, right? Course materials in general are insane. I think over like the past 20 years, they've like increased in price by something like 700%. That's even accounting for inflation. It's absolutely crazy. And the reason for this is because publishers are very greedy, and if they can make more money, they will. And they honestly have what is, I guess, understood as a monopoly, right? There's only like 5 or so big publishers in higher education course materials. And so they lobby our universities to input really awful systems, like what's called inclusive access, or in other words, automatic billing. It's a really complicated thing. I'm not gonna get into it now. But the key takeaways from what automatic billing are is 1, that it removes student choice. And 2, that it automatically bills students more than they would pay otherwise for course materials. They've instituted a version of this, I think, at UCLA. They've done it at Davis. So we thought it was really important that we show that we don't want this to come to UCSB, right? Textbooks are already as expensive as is. So we passed a resolution against it, and then we also delivered that resolution as well as student sign-ons to the Department of Education. And we actually got a response from them like really instantly. They really have their ear out for this kind of stuff. And the White House actually signaled that they were going to make a change in our direction, which is really cool because of this work. And we also did this when we lobbied in DC. So that's all the campaigns we run. And then just sort of moving into our role on campus. Next slide. You can do like 2 slides if you want. Number 1 out of the 3 is we build support. We are a grassroots organization. We believe in people power. That means actually going out there and doing the work, talking to people. I'm sure you see us out there with our clipboards, gathering petitions, signing up members. It's about having those face-to-face conversations where you politicize and educate your peers. And it's about building campus coalitions, making sure that we're actually strong together, right? Apes together, strong together. And generally organizing the student community to have collective power on these issues. That's where we get our power, full stop. Next slide. The second thing we do is delivering that support, right? We get all the grassroots support, we put it in a nice package, and then we go to our national, statewide, local, and campus representatives. That means that we go to DC, we go to Sacramento. We talk with our local politicians, and we have meetings with some of the high-level admin here on campus to really represent the will of the students on these variety of issues. Next slide. And then the third thing that we do is training. Believe it or not, it's not super easy to actually make changes in politics. It's almost as if the system is like working against us or something. So it's important that we're trained by people who have spent years in the field working in nonprofits, actually doing the work to make that change. One interesting tidbit is that Obama actually worked as a NYPIRG organizer, which is like the New York version of CalPIRG, which I think is pretty cool before he went on to, be the president and everything. But really our organizers and our training system is what makes us super powerful, just about how to actually make that political difference because, as students, sometimes it's not intuitive. And generally creating the next generation of activists. I know I talked to a bunch of nonprofits and a lot of them are always like, oh, CalPIRG, like I was with you guys when I was in college. Because really it's sort of like a training program for, when people move on to work in nonprofits and work to actually make political change. So yeah, those are the three things we do. Next slide. Next year, we have a couple of priorities. We're going to be running most of the same campaigns. The main difference is that our new LEAP campaign will be Protect America's Old Growth Forests, which is really cool. And hopefully bags will be banned by then. It's going to get voted on this summer. So either way, we're not going to be working on it anymore. And we're going to switch to our new campaign. We're also working to get oil out of our communities. The long and short of it is we're trying to make it so that oil companies can't build new oil wells near like schools and homes and just sort of what's called legally as like sensitive receptors, but it's basically out of our communities, which is a really huge environmental justice issue and has been for a really long time. These fossil fuel companies, right? They don't care. So we're working to make sure that like communities are not going to have the really awful adverse health risks of being near oil wells. And then, like I said, we're continuing our existing campaigns, especially our New Voters Project, gearing up for the November elections. And as always, looking forward to working with AS on that. Next slide. So thank you guys. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening. I know you guys have been awake for a long time, so thanks for bearing with me here. And yeah, we're really excited to continue this work and work with your guys' offices to really help make this change. And this, I mean this absolutely, please contact me if you have any questions, if you'd like to work with us in the future. I put my personal phone number right there. Everybody, if this, I think this is gonna be on the agenda or something, but please, please don't feel free to use that. And yeah, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Jake, for your persistence in the movements and the advocacy. You clearly put so much work and time and love into this, and as do the rest of your peers in CalPIRG, really looking forward to continue to work with y'all. Are you open to questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator Gerson?
Wait, is there a microphone?
No. Thank you for coming. Love seeing you always, both the two meetings we've had, but previous ones. And I look forward to seeing you in the future. And I look forward to helping, well, I would love to meet with you to help you and look for the team, all of your goals come true next year.
Thanks so much.
Senator Lala?
Thank you for coming here. Always, you and your organization is always a positive presence here. We love to see people actively accomplishing initiatives that are so important Quickly, I thought Obama was in Chicagoburg, not New Yorkburg, but, either or, that's pretty cool.
I'm pretty sure it was New York, I know
Yeah.
he's not from New York, but I'm
Okay,
pretty sure.
anyways, you're the expert on that, that's not what I just wanted to ask, thank you for giving us the contact information so we can continue this conversation, but I thought I started here in front of the entire Senate body of what are some structural changes that AES can pursue, anything in funding and collaboration with you guys? Or as simply as, is there any way that we can get out of your way and help you run more efficient? So the whole answer doesn't have to be tonight, but I thought I'd at least get some initial possible.
Great question. I think first of all, in terms of how we can work together, I think AS is super valuable as it is a expression of the student will. And I think as a part of that, we both work to the same aims. So like, if we want to do something that shows that students support it, I think a lot of times we go to AS because a resolution is sort of saying that like, this is what the student body believes. As for structural changes, I think, there's some like really niche stuff having to do with funding, like in, I don't want to bore you guys with like a really long story, but like we ran this campaign, which pissed off the pesticide companies. And then Ronald Reagan's, regents kind of did this thing where like took away our funding back in the 90s. And we had to kind of like scratch and claw, and we reached a compromise, which is the system we have now where people are signed up voluntarily. But like stuff like that, it's always good to have like associated students and like the student regents on our side, just in case like, you know, a huge special interest comes and decides that like they don't want to have us on campuses anymore. So it's just good for you guys to have our back, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any further questions? All right, thank you so much, Shay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, we're now moving into appointments. The first being of the Global Gaucho Commission. Senator Ryan? Yeah, you can do that whenever.
Okay, motion to add in a bill to amend, repair, and improve the structure of social advocacy throughout the associate students of UC Santa Barbara into activists.
Yes, Senator John.
I'm gonna say this in the chat. So if most unfair scenarios, it should be act under new business.
Okay, yeah, I got my motion to say that in different business.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Senator McClintock to add
A bill to
a
amend.
bill to amend and repair
And improve.
and improve
The structure of sexual assault advocacy throughout the associated students of UC Santa Barbara.
the structure of SASA
Throughout the associated.
throughout this IAS
Of UC Santa Barbara.
of UCSB. We are now in discussion. Call question made by Senator Lala. Are there any objections to the call question? Are there any objections to the consent? Okay, motion passes. That is now added to the agenda. Yes, Senator Butler?
This is gonna be a long one, so bear with me. Motion to add the following appointments to item L under appointment. Global Gaucho Commission's co-chairs. I'm gonna butcher the names. Louis Yuan and Billy Wu. Public and Mental Health Commission co-chair, Sidney Yamanichi. Environmental Affairs Board co-chairs, Isabella Ponce and Henrietta Ellison. And Maya Richards as co-chair for Public and Mental Health Commission.
Is there a second to add those appointments under the appointment?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Gerson. Gerson? We're in discussion. Senator Suk? Call a question. Motion made by Senator Suk. Are there any objections to the call question? Are there any objections to the consent? Motion passes. Those terms are now added.
Point of information to the president, were those co-chairs appointed by you approved? Thank you. Yes, Senator Corson.
Motion to add a bill to update the Office of Internal Vice President Legal Code to remove the list.
All right, there has been a motion to add a bill to update the IVP office. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Mead. We're on discussion. Yes, Senator Butler?
Call the question.
Call the question. Is there an objection to call the question? Are there any objections to that? Seeing that motion passes. Now being added to new business. All right. Moving back into appointments, yes, Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, for the sake of time, since we have a lot of speakers here to talk, or sorry, senators want to speak about old business in the legislation, I want a motion to bundle and approve all appointments.
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We're on discussion. Yeah, you're not allowed to call out an objection, so there's a call of question. Senator Butler? Call of question?
Objection.
Objection by Senator Lala. Do you rescind your motion? We'll call the question. If you rescind the call of question, we are not in discussion.
I do not rescind that.
The call of question has not been rescinded. We are now in a vote to vote. So. Yes, Senator Ganesh? If you're asking a question, yes.
Can I know what Senator Lala's basis for objection is?
You would have to rescind the call of question. The
I'm good, thanks.
No.
parliamentarian John?
So right now, since the confirmation was not rescinded, we're going to do a vote. If the vote passed, we're going to vote our further and approve our appointments. If you wish to have the reason for objection, you need to vote down the confirmation since it's not rescinded. In other words, to pass, you need to choose a majority, which abstention will not count toward it.
All right, we are now in a vote to vote. Hands up for yes to bundle and approve all appointments. Oh, to vote to bundle and approve all appointments, my bad. Maybe more clarification is needed, because, parliamentarian John.
Yes, so a yes vote means you're going to exit session and come directly to a vote. A no vote means you want to go back to session to hear Senator Laila out. So, if I say I'll be happy to vote.
All right, we will now be voting to vote. Hands up for yes. We're to. Oh, it was not understood by the motion again. Yeah. You want to explain it to Ariana?
Sure, so basically, we are voting to go into a vote, so if this vote passes, then we can vote to bundle and approve all of them. Just proceed.
All right, we are now back into the vote to vote. Hands up for yes, to go ahead with bundle and approving all appointments. To go into a vote to bundle and approve all appointments. All right, those abstaining, hands up. Those not in favor, raise your hands. The motion fails. Now we're back in discussion. Senator Lala?
I want to apologize to all of you. You're not here for this. I am genuinely sorry. I thought we were going to vote on the resolution and the other aspects first that matter to you, that you care about, and you could go home, sleep,
finished, you will snack about this.
You guys, everyone heard that? Okay. There are few issues with, which are preventing me from just moving on with these appointments, writ large, just all of them at once. As the senators here know, there's been a change from last week's appointments to this week's. And in speaking to past senators and just knowing the history of this association, I understand that this is thoroughly unprecedented. I frankly don't understand why this change has been made. No reason has been given. And, one can say that this is the case because the appointments that were given last week didn't pass. But there are two reasons why this reasoning doesn't stand. First off, last week's appointments were not rejected. They simply weren't approved in that round. As the chair said themselves in that meeting, those appointments will be put forth until they are approved. And secondly, in conversations with senators, I know that there is much more support for those appointments than there was when we first spoke. And there's a very simple reason for this. Why those appointments were not put through is not because of the names, but because there wasn't enough time and the ability of senators to actually speak to the candidates beforehand, to speak about the concerns that they had and to understand how they would function as pro tems. Now, one of the original nominees has been taken off the agenda this week. That's myself. There can be legitimate reasoning for why a nominee is removed, be it an institutional or a personal failure on the part of said appointee. That's, of course, you can be removed for that, which would make one unfit to be a pro tem. But I want to ask my fellow senators, what have I done that has been an institutional or professional failure this past week? What about my behavior or my professional approach has warranted this? Has been speaking to senators one-on-one to deal with their concerns? Has been going to the meeting yesterday to speak about how I would operate as a pro tem and how I want to represent you all? I want to clarify something, that many of you are rightly anxious about finishing up the pro tem appointments so that we can finish up honoraria, so that we can start the ad hoc committee for appointments, which I authored, by the way, 1,000 other reasons. And believe you me, I want this process over with too. So I want to clarify that this is not me holding up the process. We're trying to get it to come to a reasonable, acceptable and quick conclusion. As you can imagine, this has taken up a lot of my brain space this past week, and part of that has been actually reaching out to senators and seeing what direction they support, what direction they do not. And I genuinely think that we would get this process over with the original nominations for one simple reason, because senators have had the ability to speak to those nominees, to understand how they would function, and have had their concerns addressed. Whereas these concerns that I'm bringing up, namely, why have the nominations been changed, have not been addressed, and frankly, I don't think they can be. Thank you.
I would like to clarify that it is nothing personal, it is simply who I think is most fit to work with me closely. Senator Martinez?
One of your points, about the nominations not being rejected, but, being put to a vote last week was that they didn't get an opportunity to hear the candidates out. Well, yesterday, each candidate was able to read out their speech, and there was a lot of time for the senators to speak with the candidates afterwards, so I don't understand why you're making it an issue on you when it isn't about you, it's about where the IBP thinks is best for them to work with them. We got this all cleared up yesterday. This was all spoken about yesterday, we had the time, and right now you're wasting everyone's time, especially about this resolution that so many people came here to speak about. And so many people gave their time to, again, bring this up to, discussion. That's my point of view, but that was just mine, but I'll leave it there.
We don't follow the chair.
Point of order.
I really appreciate Cindy is giving everyone their thorough thoughts, but I have to remind the students that at home now it's not accepted according to the standard rules. So I will not cut off anybody, but if I have to, I will use the comment of order anyway.
Alright. Senator Butler?
One thing I wanna highlight, from the difference from last week's meeting, and this week's meeting. Oh, sorry. One of the like main things that, in my opinion, was highlighted that a lot of senators didn't agree with the process of, how, the pro temps were decided, was that there was no democratic process. I feel like that was a lot of the consensus that I heard. In my opinion, the space, that we had yesterday, where literally everyone who was interested in a pro temp position got to speak their piece on that. I think that's the drastic, difference from last week and this week. And then also, last week, I did not get to speak my piece. I think that's also a really, and several other senators did not get to speak their piece as well, whereas the request last week did. So again, I felt like echoing, Senator Martinez, there was a space where several voices got to be heard, and these new appointments reflect that space that was given yesterday, which I'm very appreciative to have had my voice heard yesterday.
Senator Alcantara?
Hi, so you mentioned that you reached out to senators one-on-one. I'm gonna speak personally here. I wasn't reached out to by you, and I think I would have appreciated, if you were, to do that, so that I can hear your, goals as pro temp and such. And I don't want to speak for anybody else, but just personally, I wasn't reached out to by you. And I would have appreciated that.
I did, oh, sorry. Senator Wayne, I believe you had your hand up for a while.
The mic might be turned off. Okay, so first of all, I want to emphasize what Senator Alcantara brought up. I was not personally reached out to, and I would appreciate that to understand your position, where you are coming from. I assume that it's possible is because that I missed that meeting, that I was not, the meeting yesterday, that I was not reached out to. I also want to emphasize that IVP does not have to my understanding, give a reasoning for their nominations at all. IVP can nominate however they wish. I think it is up to IVP to know why they're nominating these people, and they do not have to give any reasons.
Have you recognized by the chair?
Senator Gerson?
I wanted to, 2 points. I wanted to address 2 main points. One, I understand that a lot of the concern originally and about the nominees was the lack of reason, which some part of it was resolved by allowing the nominees to speak or not nominees, candidates, all the candidates to speak and say their goals and kind of understand why they wanted the position. But the democratic process and the reasoning to understand why they were elected was a concern from the beginning. So I'm a little confused why I'm hearing that it's not a concern now. Not that it has to be done, but a concern from the Senate that we would like to know why people are nominated. And more specifically, if there's been a change in the nomination, understand why. Secondly, we did have the opportunity to hear all of the candidates speak. But we did not have the opportunity to vote on the original candidates after hearing them speak. And so I think it's not the most fair to allow this round of nominees to be voted on after hearing them speak and not allow the last nominees to be voted on after having voiced their goals for the next year. And to people, I want to also put something forward. People, who have said like specifically that they've not heard in one-on-one conversations the goals, I think that was the point of most effectively communicating the goals for the year they had in our meeting. Obviously, we're busy, we're students. I don't think an effort to individually contact every single senator is entirely needed. Obviously, it helps comfortability, but goals being announced and addressed in public was for that reason specifically, to see what their plan was. And that was addressed, so I think we should be allowed to vote on the original nominees after hearing that.
Sure.
I don't think there's a microphone on this side of the room. Okay, Senator Ivan, you have the floor.
Alright, so the reason why I voted no and my issue with the motion is we all knew that this pro temp discussion was not going to be something that was going to go smoothly, and bundling the pro temps with all the other appointments kind of puts us in a unique position where if no one is in agreement on the pro temps, the rest of the appointments are suffering as a result of that. And I just ask of, Senator Ganesh to rescind the motion, because I think we can get through all the other appointments. We can approve those and then we can get into this discussion, because I don't think it's fair to have all these appointments be, at the will of the Senate's opinion on the first and second pro temps, and being affected by that doesn't seem fair to them. So, thank you.
In the chair, I'd like to offer my interpretation of the legal code. So the legal code makes very clear, it is entirely within the IVP's purview to appoint whoever they say fit. And the same kind of house rejects those nominations, but the state just appoints the same people. If chair is comfortable, I'd like to write the same general counsel about the legal code explanation, his answer.
Holly, would you mind moving, Attorney General Carlson into the Zoom room? And the Zoom froze. All right, we're calling in Attorney General Carlson. I'm sorry.
Outstanding.
You're on speaker. You are on speaker.
Absolutely. How's everybody doing tonight?
Did you get to the point, please?
Basically, as Adrian had just, put it, is
We can hear you.
you can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Perfect. It's the IVP's prerogative to nominate whomever they choose. And it's up to the Senate to ratify those appointments. That's how we interpret it for years. I really hope that you guys can come to some understanding before midweek. Because a first pro temp is needed to sign off on various checks. That's the most important part. There was other topics being brought up about how in the previous agenda, there were different appointments
being made or nominated. And whether or not it is valid for the IVP to remake the agenda in a way that creates new appointments. As far as I'm concerned, because the power of creating the agenda rests in the vice president's hands, it would be up to them unless a motion is made and parliamentarian job, you can corroborate or challenge, I welcome that. It would be up to the Senate to make a motion to bring back the previous agendas, previous line items. But this does seem constitutional and it's to see the CABT use their power to create a new agenda with different names, and that seems fine, considering it's a constitutional power given to them. So I hope that suffices.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General Carlson. We are still in discussion. Senator Nadeau, is that your hand up? That's a good one. Senator Law? Or Senator Brendelson, did you have your hand up? Okay.
I wanted to ask Parliamentarian Shaw's insight on whether you concur with Attorney General Carson's insight in his own behalf that you can indeed bring back a motion from the previous agenda if the Senate so approves it, as the agenda is, so to speak, the property of the Senate once the meeting is commenced. Would that be the case?
Parliamentarian Shaw?
So it will be within the power of Senate to amend the agenda, which requires a two-thirds majority. However, given that pro-tem appointments were made by the internal vice president, by the IVP, just like the Senate cannot amend our agenda to add a chair appointment without the president's consent, I don't think it will be in order for the Senate to amend the agenda and basically deprive the IVP with their rights to make pro-tem appointments. But we are free to vote on the appointment and decide to ratify or not.
I would also like to clarify that before today, Senator Butler was not in the running, and now she is. And seeing the way that Senator Butler works with others and handles leadership positions alongside Senator Siddiqui, that is the main reason why I made those decisions. First, their collaborative efforts with across campus, and outside of that, also their ability to handle the workload of pro tem positions, their responsibility, obviously, in doing that. Their ability to work together along with working with me and handling that workload. So I hope that clarifies things to everyone. I would like to have pro tempores of opposite genders. I feel like that is equal. Yeah. Senator Butler.
Respectfully, I think we've given this conversation quite a bit of time. So much so, I feel guilty to our audience that they have to sit through our conversations that can be quite tedious. So I would suggest that someone motion to accept all appointments except pro temp, so we can come back to this conversation.
Motion for approval. I recommend that we motion a bundle approval. Yes, Senator Iden?
Again, it's clear the pro tem conversation is controversial. I do not want the rest of these appointments being affected because of the protests. It is.
We have 45 minutes left in this room, y'all.
Well, it's getting done at some point tonight, and whether we have to move to ASA or not is, up to how this meeting goes, and from the previous vote, I do not think the motion is going to pass, and that's not good for him. Let's get through the first appointments first, and then, which I think everyone will collectively unanimously approve, and then we get the protests.
Senator Cortese?
Joining the line. Okay. Thank you.
I kind of want to just mention that I think it's a misstep to want to bundle and approve all appointments with disregard of discussion due to time constraints. I don't think that's necessary.
2 weeks of discussion.
I understand,
We have had 2 weeks of discussion. This is my right.
I do understand, however, I do think that if we did vote no to go to a vote, which means that the Senate wanted discussion. So I think we need to kind of like honor that, and therefore discuss. So cutting the discussion short because of time constraints, I don't necessarily see that as effective or equitable or anything like that. Also,
I also think it's unequitable for us to hold around 400 people's honorarium hostage because we are not following my nominations. Yes,
Senator was speaking.
reject that. Senator,
Point of
you?
order. You cannot reject a
Yes,
senator.
I can.
No, you cannot.
That is my
interrupt
right
us.
as
You
chair.
cannot interrupt
That is
us
my
if
right
you're
as
not
chair.
online.
Yes, I can.
Whatever.
Yes, Senator, you?
I appreciate the range of views here, and I feel like everyone's voice should be considered. So in order for our meetings to be more efficient, I want us to approve all like the appointments except for the potential. Just for like the people who have been in the room, like they've been here for a while, so if we can move that discussion to the end and accept all the appointments, like except for that, I think it's gonna be more efficient.
Is there a second? Yes, Senator Goodrich. Senator Butler?
Call to question the motion to bundle and approve all appointments.
Objection.
I'm sorry, we can only say objection when the chair adds up the objection to the question.
You're gonna have a discussion. Oh, I don't call the question, you're so right. Are there any objections to the call question?
Objection.
Objection by Senator Gerson? Do you rescind your objection, Senator Butler?
I would like to rescind.
No, back in discussion.
We are now back in discussion. Yeah, Senator Gerson?
Can I first just say, I think. I think it is essential in the Senate that we maintain respect as a guideline for the continuation of this meeting and all further meetings. I think for us to feel comfortable speaking in this space, that has to be intact. And yeah.
I feel incredibly disrespected given that my nominations are not taken into serious consideration. So that is completely subjective. Senator Butler?
My thoughts on this at this point, well, first that knowing that I think we've had enough time to establish in our mind what the pro temp positions are, which are, in my mind, interns to the IDP. that the IBP makes recommendations on who they would feel fit in this position. I know that there's a motion right now on the floor. I think we just need to move forward, period. I really don't care what that be, if that be we wait till later, if that be we bundle approve. If you all feel that the conversation is needed to continue, which I do not feel like it is, because I feel like we've had enough discussion. These are vice president requests who we've elected, who chairs this meeting. But I do not want to give any more time right now at 10:58 to this conversation. So that's my.
Given we are in the room for another 45 minutes, I think that we should do something about that. Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I'd like to call the question to end discussion, please.
Are there any objections to end discussion?
I'm so sorry.
You use the call question. Those,
Can I-
call question has not been rescinded, so now we are voting to vote.
Point of information, where does the end of discussion entail? Yeah, probably.
Yes, parliamentary talk?
If the vote was passed, we are going to have a vote on the motion to bundle and approve our amendments, which requires 60 votes to pass.
Okay, so objection stays. Point of information,
Yes, Senator Means?
if we did that already, why are we doing that?
The vote to vote failed previously.
But it's just gonna fail again.
Yeah.
So then.
Yeah. No, like literally not letting me choose my own staff. Yes, parliamentary talk?
We're gonna make recommendations to the Senate. It's really no need to object to the question. You can still vote no in the final vote. How you can make a motion to table the motion, that's also in your right.
Yes, Senator Gerson?
Motion to table the appointment of Hilton. And no, motion to. I'm sorry.
Do you rescind your motion?
I rescind my motion.
Senator Ganesh?
Pardon, but wait. I have parliamentarians out.
It was the assumption. Right.
Yes, parliamentary talk?
You need to motion to take out the motion to bundle and approve our amendments. It's his preference over the motion itself.
Right?
Yeah, I just called the question.
No, exactly. But she keeps talking about.
So we are now in question, but motion to table overstates question. So you can make a motion to table the motion to bundle and approve our appointments.
Senator Mead?
Point of order.
Point of order?
There has a question has been made.
A call question has been made.
There has been objection to the call question.
An objection to the call
So
question.
it's the call question needs to be rescinded, our objection needs to be rescinded, or we are going to a vote to vote.
Not yet.
Yes.
We are technically in a vote to vote.
If you want.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I rescind my objection.
You rescind your objection?
It's an objection. It's an objection.
Are there any objections to the call? Objections to the consent? This?
No, to vote.
Oh, to vote. All right, parliamentary talk?
That's not how it works. The motion on the floor is motion to bundle and approve our appointments. And the call question has been unanimously consented. So unless you object to the consent, which we are going to do,
You already passed that.
yeah.
There were no objections.
We you're not able to vote, you're in the process of passing a motion to bundle and approve appointments. From a purely parliament procedure point of view, the motion is being passed. Unless you are going to introduce a motion to reconsider, it's passed, our appointment is passed.
Wait.
All appointments have been bundled and approved.
Point of information. Wait.
Yes, Senator Amin.
Didn't we just vote because that's what you said, is that we voted on a vote to vote?
Yes, and then we went back into the original motion, and then we went back to discussion, then a call to question was made. No objections were made, so now that has all approved.
There were no objections made because we thought we were voting to vote, not voting on the motions. We have all appointments.
We are now moving to old business.
Wait, hold on.
Point of
I need motion
information.
information. I don't understand what happened.
I just explained the order that we followed.
Yes, but
What is
I-
information that is needed?
What I'm saying is that the motion was made to bundle and approve all appointments. We thought that we were voting on a vote to vote.
Yes.
Yes, and then I understand stuff happened, yada, yada.
Yes, the
yada.
objection got rescinded. So the motion still stood.
I thought my objection to the motion was. I thought that my rescinding my objection was leading to a vote to vote.
Same.
That is what I understood.
Same.
If that's not the case, I do not rescind my objection.
We have already moved on. We have already moved on.
How is this okay?
Yes, parliamentarian job?
So what just happened is the objection to the top question has been rescinded. The chair has asked, is there any objection to the top question? There is no objection to the top question. The chair said, after hearing Senator shout out consent, asked, is there any objection to the consent? And still, there's no objection to the consent. So what that means is the original motion, the motion to bundle and approve our appointment passed. You are entitled to a motion to reconsider, but as we stand right now, it's passed.
Can I make a motion?
You have to be recognized by the chair.
Given the time constraints, we have 30 minutes left in this room. Can we please move on to old business? Item on old business is a bill to ensure ethical spending practices within ASUCSB.
Mayor.
Yes, Senator Amin.
I motion, what was the motion?
Motion.
A motion to reconsider the vote on to amend, to make all appointments, the bundle and approve all appointments.
Motion to by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion.
Call question.
Objection.
You can't.
Senator Butler.
Respectfully, everyone, this was not the intent of this meeting tonight. I respectfully apologize to every single audience member, for again, the Senate is not respecting the student body. This is exactly what I did not want for this Senate, because I'm seeing these same patterns that was an anti-Black space for me, being brought forth into this Senate, and I will not have that acceptable. We have 30 minutes left. We have business to vote on, senators. I would please respect if we move on. Thank you. To respect the audience and everyone that has come and stayed this entire time to watch us discuss something that we haven't even gotten to yet. It's 11 o'clock and we have not said one word about what all of these students came to talk about tonight. And I think it's so disrespectful for us, students who
him for to come and talk about what these students are talking about, and he can't get off this one subject about
Point of order.
their
Point of
interns,
order.
about their interns.
On what grounds is your point of order?
On their interns, you had several weeks to talk about this.
I will, just.
All right, we're still in discussion.
No, they.
They were not recognized by the chair. You are not in discussion? Oh, Senator Wayne?
I just want to emphasize, I understand there was a lot of confusion, regardless of the confusion, what voted on, was voted on, was voted on. And to be honest, the confusion is not IVP's problem.
But now we're in that.
Point of order, all senator must be recognized by the chair before speak or make a motion.
Chair.
You're still in discussion?
Yeah.
Senator Grisanti?
Senator Wing, while I do understand that, now we're in a motion to reconsider the past motion, due to there being confusion, I think it should be equitable that all of the senators were in full and complete understanding and had transparency of what was going on. And additionally, I think that while I do appreciate every single person here coming to speak for public forum, thank you so much for utilizing your right to be heard. I really, really appreciate it, and I'm sincerely sorry about the time constraint and the fact that you've been waiting here for so long. However, I do think it is a major misstep if we rush this, because there are still clearly very important things to consider. The appointment of these pro temps is obviously something that we still need to discuss, and I think.
What is there to discuss? We've been discussing this for 2 weeks now.
Well,
Also, I have individually met with every single person that wants to be senator. Hours-long conversations on ethics, on how to handle conflict, on responsibility, on commitment. All of these that are very important to me and my office moving forwards.
Thank you,
I
Chair, for
asked
bringing
you
that up.
all to go into a 5-minute recess.
I think we have the motion to get.
Is there any objections to the recess? Oh, wait,
Objection, I'm
none, we are
talking.
going to the recess.
Objection, I was still talking. I just want to say there's still a discussion that needs to be held because senators have concern. That is the main discussion. And it will be a misstep if we don't listen to that. Okay. Fine.
I'm sorry, we're not.
Senators. So right now, we are in discussion of a motion to reconsider. If the motion to reconsider passed, we are going to raise the previous motion about the If the motion to reconsider fails, those comments are official.
I don't say anything.
As if we don't. Yeah, well, fine. I'm controlling the audience, so we're trying to close the seats. Thank you. I ask everyone to return to their seats. Thank you. Absolutely.
Hi, everyone. If I can have a moment of silence, I'm testing out the streaming device. Hi, Howdy, do you hear me?
Hi, Mingjun, can you hear me okay? Awesome, I can hear you all well also. Thank you so much for your help.
We are now in discussion of a motion to reconsider. Yes, Senator Moidula.
Sorry, proxy motion to make Raheen Ahmed proxy for Lily Havas after 12.
Is there a second?
So point of order, I think you're already in discussion on the motion. so
Yeah,
I
we have to leave, we have to leave that before you can motion anything. All right, we're still in discussion to rescind the motion to bundle and approve all appointments. Reconsider. Yes, Senator Presendi?
Call the question.
Call the question, are there any objections? To the call the question? Are there any objections to the consent?
Point of information.
Yes, Senator Ganesh,
What is the motion of the people at the moment?
to reconsider the bundling and approving all agreements.
And if this motion passes, we will be back.
We'll be back in discussion for appointments, yes. Objection? Objection called by Senator Ganesh.
And now you vote on motion to reconsider.
We are now in a vote, for the motion to reconsider. All right, hands up for yes to reconsider the motion. All right, no.
Point of information.
All right, yes, 100%.
Is this a vote to vote or are we voting on the motion?
We're voting on the motion to reconsider. Abstention? Motion fails. Yes, Parliamentarian John?
So since the motion to reconsider failed, the previous motion of bundle and approve all appointments is set in stone. It's effective immediately, and it cannot be changed in any way.
All right, we are now moving into old business.
Yes. Proxy?
Yes, Senator Wahidullah?
Motion to, proxy Raheen Ahmed for Lily Havas after 12.
All right, there has been a motion for the proxy for Senator Habas. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We are now in discussion. Call a question by Senator Martinez. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to the consent? All right, we now have a proxy for Senator Habas after 12 a.m.
All right. Continuing to old business. First being a resolution to a bill to ensure ethical spending practices within ASU CSD. Oh, yes, if the first writer of the bill could elaborate more on the bill.
Yeah, so before I start, I kind of wanted to have a point of information for both IVP Pinto and parliamentarian Zaw. So after the authors of each item on old business speak, when we go into debate, are there set rules for how it's going to be structured? Like, is it gonna be a round robin type thing, or if you guys could provide some insight on that?
Parliamentarian John?
So the MVP may choose to do round robin or just continue the flow. The only limit is there are only 30 minutes to discuss each agenda item as proposed by MVP and agreed by the Senate.
All right, per standing rules, there's only 2 rounds of discussion, per person. We are now discussion. Senator Iden?
All right, I just want to get ahead of this for consistency. I want to address this by saying I'm in support of the resolution. Just there have been edits made to the resolution. Bill, sorry. Oh, wait.
We're in discussion.
We're in discussion for a bill to ensure that ethical spending practices.
Okay, I guess I have the floor then. So I guess I kind of want to start and then I'll defer to Senator Martinez. Kind of dispelling a lot of the false information that has been going out in regard to this bill. So I kind of tried to address it, in engaging in dialogue with public forum speakers, but obviously my time was cut out. The first thing that I addressed was in regards to the availability of kosher food or kosher vendors. This bill would not affect that at all. I won't go too much into that because I already discussed it at length. Another point that was brought up was in regard to parent companies and how the boycotts would be enforced. This is actually one of the first things that I talked to parliamentarian Zaw about, when he saw the bill and gave me feedback on how to make it better in terms of its legality and enforceability. So if you guys read the bill, in subsection, it's the first therefore clause, Article 4, Section 6, subsection G. Part 4 in there says these associated boycotts only apply to first-hand procurement and not second-hand procurement. So what this means is that if, for example, if Nestle owns like 40 companies under it, and someone uses AS funds to buy something from a company owned by Nestle, that does not count towards the boycott. These are only first-hand boycotts, right? So another example is that if someone goes to Woodstocks and they get a Coca-Cola drink, right? That doesn't count towards the boycott because the only line item that would show up would just be the total charge from Woodstocks. However, if they directly bought something like from Coca-Cola, then that would apply to the boycott policy. So that's the second kind of technical thing I wanted to call attention to. And then I have a lot more to say, but I want to give space for others to speak. So I'm going to kind of shift away from the more technical criticisms of the bill and just talk about the actual like ideology behind it, I guess I would say would be the right word. So a lot of public forum speakers and a lot of senators have come to me and told me that they're very uncomfortable with the BDS movement. They say that a lot of actually people who claim to be Zionists and support the state of Israel told me that they are not in support of what the current government is doing in regards to what they're doing in Gaza. And a lot of them told me while they are not in support of that, they are also not in support of BDS. And so my question to them is that many people who take the stance, they say that they condemn Hamas, they condemn armed resistance, which I agree, I condemn Hamas, I condemn, the killing of any innocent human being or living thing anywhere. So my question that I kind of want to pose to everyone here is that if you're going to say you're in opposition to the current policies of the Israeli government, but you're not in support of violence against that government, what is your solution to hold the state of Israel accountable for their violations of international law? My answer is that BDS is a nonviolent, peaceful movement that is global campaign which seeks to issue economic boycotts and sanctions against the state of Israel. This is a formula that was used in apartheid South Africa in the 1980s, which my mother actually grew up in. And that is why I believe this is the best path forward. I believe this is what the UCSB student community wants. As we've seen, this has been a consistent demand to implement EDS by the original grad students who went on a hunger strike from the current UCSB liberated zone encampment, and cited in the UAW union's decision to begin a UC-wide departmental strike. So I want to yield the rest of my time to Senator Martinez, but thank you.
Senator Martinez.
Thank you all for coming here today. I know that this has been a very exhausting fight for a very long time. I've had the privilege of working with many of you and getting to know so many different student opinions and just perspectives for a very long time. I've had the opportunity to work with you all since fall quarter, spring quarter, winter quarter, and et cetera. And each and every time I see so many different students from so many different like intersectionalities and environments just come together to raise this type of awareness, from so many different protests to the encampment happening now, to the students living in those lawns, to not having proper living environments. I can only imagine how the families must feel right now in Gaza and in Rafah, how they must be living in, it isn't right. Of course it isn't right. And, sorry, it's been a very long night, but it's been beautiful to see how many students have fought and worked and tried to work with so many others, even if they have disagreements, or even if they don't have the same impact or way of viewing things. And while I'm very emotional right now, so I can't really bring all my thoughts together as I would like, I really hope that we can push this forward. And I'm really proud to see how far the student body has come. So, thank you all for coming. And I'm very sorry for your waste of time today after what happened, but you were all amazing. And this is all because of you, and this is all for you. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Martinez. Senator Corsetti.
I wanted to speak, in mainly in response to Senator Siddiqui's question. I totally understand and I see the reasoning behind this bill, because you guys are doing what you believe is right and, you know, kind of like doing what you want to see and you want to make changes, and I commend. I think that's very noble, wanting to make changes. However, I wanted to respond to when you brought up how people don't want to see BDS on campus. And I think the main reason for that is just because while they do promote themselves as a non-violent movement, in reality, it's not the case. Due to them saying actually after October 7th, on October 8th, the BDS movement posted on their Instagram, on their social media, that the, trigger warning, the massacre, mass rape, torture, and kidnapping of thousands of Israeli innocent civilians was heroic and was reasonable, which is insane to me. And they also called it a powerful armed reaction. Additionally, the BDS co-founder, Omar Barghouti, has publicly stated that they want to oppose the Jewish state and, you know, bring down Israel, thing that will actually benefit everyone in the world. So my response to a question about how to hold the Israeli government responsible, is that there are ways to do that that won't negatively affect a very, very large population that we have here at UCSB. I think while it is noble, like I said before, to bring attention to a global conflict that you may deem unreasonable or like wrong, I do think that is noble. I think there's a way to do that without causing further divide on our campus, without glorifying October 7th, without bringing light to an organization which has said disgusting anti-Semitic remarks.
Yes, Senator
That
Benson?
tweet was fake on October.
That's not a point of order.
On October. Oh,
That's not a point of order.
That'd be a point of privilege, actually. Yeah. No. point of
That
privilege
wouldn't
is
even-
a question.
Okay.
Continue, Senator Benson?
Sure. Additionally,
Where was I going?
okay, yeah. Additionally, I do think I want to bring attention to the fact that this will actually financially penalize students and RCOs on this campus, which is just extremely harmful in my opinion, because these are people who have nothing to do with the conflict. Like, I totally understand wanting to place consequences on a government that you deem, that you don't like, but in reality, the people who we are supposed to represent and preside over are the students of UCSB, and they're gonna be facing the negative impacts. And specifically, the Jewish students and Israeli students who have to be subjugated to an organization that has glorified the murder of their people. So I know we talked about this, about removing BDS from the legislation as a whole and just explaining why you want to boycott each specific company. I hope we can further discuss that avenue. And I just kind of want to call to attention. So I just wanted to answer your question of why we don't support BDS. It's because it will just destroy campus climate, cause negative impacts to people who have nothing to do with this conflict, and just bring attention to this movement that is incredibly. Thank you.
I would like to clarify that, in all of our boycotts, that is FNB's responsibility to let, anyone receiving funding, of our boycotts and the procedures that will be taken if they do not follow. Senator Bernison?
So that. I heard you read that out and that seemed a bit alarming to me, that message, or I don't know if you said it was tweet or message. I think you said something about it being on the website on October 8th, and here I have, I pulled up a tweet from October 15th, 2023. Says it's an update from the official BDS movement Twitter account, and it says that the language on October 8th was their website was hacked and their language was changed first. They released an article saying that it was fake. So, I mean, these are people that care about what they're doing, and they made a statement clarifying wording that's inappropriate and was placed there. Obviously, it looks like misleading.
Senator, Gerson?
Mike's right here.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Here they go.
I want to move this conversation a little bit from discussing if we agree with the BDS institution and everything it stands for, and to discuss the bill itself and the implications that supporting BDS will have its strengths. Regardless, I mean, half not half, regardless of this comment, BDS has said multiple things that are anti-Semitic, that's a fact. However, I recognize and I commend that your efforts to hold this really government accountable and bring and create change are not alignment, are not in alignment with all of the BDS values. I recognize that. That is why, as Leo was saying, it is extremely harmful to associate ourselves with BDS when there's a way to do this in which that would not have to be the case. We're expressing our incredible concern as Jewish students on this campus of the negative effects that supporting an organization and writing this organization into our AF legal code will have on us. Strongly think if the necessity of including the BDS name is essential to your purpose, and if it's the most effective way to create the change you want to see.
Senator Ganesh?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to, as one of the chief contributors of the bill, I would like to clarify one thing, that this bill is targeting corporations, not a state or like it's primarily focused on corporations that are benefiting from the ongoing genocide. Moreover, I think a point was made that this bill will involve people, students in the community who are not part of the conflict. We are all part of the conflict because we're all funding the genocide with our student fees. Third of all, there was another point made sometime about restricting access of various resources, materials that these corporations make available to RCOs and DCUs. I would like to clarify, as it has been clarified before, that you can still go ahead and buy those, just not with AS funds. Thirdly, that this is this is heavily supported by the student body. We are one of the only UCs to not have, and even we are the only UCs to not have even declared an intent to divest. And it is frankly kind of disgusting that it has taken over 200 days of genocide for us to come to this. Again, I would like to reiterate, we are targeting corporations. Nestle is a corporation. Nestle was actually banned by the United States in 1977 for what it did in the global south when it came to its like baby milk food, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Chevron is heavily involved in ecocide. Someone brought up Chevron funding their research. Chevron is actually involved in ecocide in the Niger Delta. So, you know, if your point is, I don't want to support this because you are involving a particular conflict, trust me, these corporations are involved in a lot. And this bill, I would like to reiterate, is targeting corporations, capitalist corporations making money off of people dying. Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Ross?
Alright. It's already on, there we go. Okay. Gosh, as a Jewish student, it's really hard to hear that this resolution bill is being called anti-Semitic, because I personally have felt more anti-Semitism when I was called a self-hating Jew and a capo by people who identify as Zionists than boycotting Coca-Cola Corporation, which is not Jewish and it's also a company. I don't mean that lightly. I have been deeply concerned by the conflation with my religion and identity as a Jewish woman with the institution of Zionism. And we've gotten wonderful historical references to how Zionism is a fairly recent political movement. And this bill, again, as Senator Ganesh said, it targets corporations. And it is so dangerous with something as serious as anti-Semitism, which is violent, it is dangerous, it is based in hatred, it is a form of discrimination, and it is connected to all forms of oppression globally, just like the struggle for Palestinian liberation. And to conflate that with boycotting corporations that contribute to things like ecocide and literal genocide, it is heartbreaking because I have experienced legitimate anti-Semitism. My family has experienced legitimate anti-Semitism. Our Jewish ancestors experienced violent anti-Semitism, especially during the Holocaust. And that is why I say never again and never again is now as a Jewish woman. Thank you.
I would like to address that we only have this room for a total of, I would say about 7 more minutes. I am still getting information of where we can move to. I just wanted to make everyone aware of this. Senator Iden.
With approval of the authors, I'd motion to table this bill until next Wednesday and move on.
Second.
Respectfully, he said with approval of the authors, I think it's worthy to continue discussion on this item. There were a lot of people with their hands raised. I don't know if Senator Martinez would concur.
Senator Martinez, would you concur in to continue discussion? I would also like to remind that again, we only have 7 minutes.
Well, I think the discussion is very important. We currently do not know if we're gonna be able to relocate to another space or not. So I would love to continue this discussion, but the thing is that where are we gonna go? We don't have anywhere to go. Like, we're gonna be kicked out, and I think it's very important to vote on this resolution so that we can pass it tonight. This is a thing. Or this bill, not that, this bill, and it's both very important, you know. I concur.
Senator Siddiqui.
Yeah, okay, so I take back what I said. I would like to motion to table a bill to ensure ethical spending practices within ASU/CSB.
Second.
So, you need to be recognized by the chair in order to make a motion or second a motion. Senator Crescendi?
Apologies, I second.
We are now discussion.
Call the question.
Call to question made by Senator Ganesh.
I don't know, I apologize.
Point of order, you have to be recognized in order to make anything. Senator Ganesh,
Apologies. Call the question.
Point of information to the parliamentarian.
call a question. Yes, Senator Renderos.
I believe Robert's Rules of Orders states that he do not have to be recognized to accept this motion.
But per our standing rules, that is in effect that we all voted on, that is part of this. All right. Call to question has been made. Are there any objections to the call to question? Are there any objections to the consent? The bill to ensure ethical spending practices will now be tabled to next week. We are now moving into our resolution to establish the Senate Appointment Ad Hoc Committee. I invite Senator Lala and Senator Siddiqui to speak on that.
Alright, so this is a very simple resolution. It's a directional one, really just procedural to set up an ad hoc committee to fulfill the 3 senator appointments on campus senator positions that were not filled in the spring elections to get the Senate running at full capacity. This committee will be chaired by the first pro temp. It will include a few ex officio members, so 11 positions in AS, and it will have 5 voting senators. It's as simple as that.
Senator Iden?
Are you doing good? Yeah.
Alright, motion to accept a resolution to establish a Senate appointment in the top.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Senator Maderos. We are now in discussion. Yes, Senator Wang? Call to question. Are there any objections to the call to question? Are there any objections to the consent?
The resolution passes. We are now moving into our resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights. I invite Senator Siddiqui, Ganesh, Singh, or Karam to speak on that.
This is a fairly simple resolution. We do not want to give our money to weapon manufacturers that are dropping bombs on civilians. Thank you.
All right, oh, sorry.
For the sake of time, I will also keep my comments much shorter than I wanted them to be, but I'm just gonna add on to what Senator Ganesh just said. When it comes to this resolution and the accompanying bill, a huge concern or kind of criticism that I've heard from a lot of people who spoke out against it is that we should be nonpartisan. ASU/CSB should be nonpartisan, our administration should be nonpartisan,
They shouldn't take sides in a war, and I agree. Our administration should not take sides in a war, but by continuing to fund the Department of Defense, by continuing to accept research grants and private donations and other things from these weapons manufacturing companies such as Boeing and Raytheon, General Dynamics, you can go down the list. That is not being neutral. That is taking a side in the war, and that is taking the side of furthering the ongoing genocide occurring in the South Strip and furthering the ongoing imperialist domination by the Department of Defense and the private military industrial complex. So thank you.
Senator. Senator Amin.
I want to make a motion to table the resolution to next week, given that senators are supposed to be given the agenda 24 hours in advance, and we did not receive them 24 hours in advance. Yes, we have the emails, we talked about it yesterday, we didn't receive it 24 hours in advance.
Considering this is an old business,
Yeah.
this was introduced last week, so everyone did have access to this more than 24 hours in advance. Senator Iden,
Motion to vote on a resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights via secret ballot.
is there a second? Seconded.
Wait, I'm sorry, point of information, your motion was not to go into the vote, but when we do go into the vote, for it to be a secret ballot.
No, it's going to a vote now,
Okay.
secret vote.
Then I.
Seconded by, please, be recognized by the chair first. Yes, Senator Habas.
Second.
Seconded by, Senator Habas. We are now in discussion. Yes. Yes, Senator Amin?
To parliamentarian law, if the agenda, even if this is old business, if we didn't receive the agenda 24 hours in advance, which we talked about in the meeting last night, is my motion simply just void?
The question was, if they didn't receive the current agenda, there's a motion still stand, even if it's an old business and they did receive the resolution.
So if the parliamentarian has not received the agenda about this by 24 hours in advance, it may be considered as a breach of semi rules, but the chair could suspend that requirement if they so wish.
Considering that we still have to talk to Sean about the entities wide email. We did receive this more than 24 hours in advance, so I think it still stands. Yes, Senator Gerson.
The point of, can I say in the point of information that I did receive this 24 hours in advance?
It's an old business.
I
We
mean
did
that I
have
did
access to
receive it.
resolution.
I mean that it, let me rephrase.
Yes, Senator Gerson.
Can I say in a point of the current agenda for today, I did not receive sent 24 hours in advance. Therefore, I don't know if, sorry, parliamentarians up. I don't know if according to the AS for procedures, the code, and that is allowed. Sorry.
Parliamentarian Jaw.
The senator is entitled to appoint a order and then the chair will rewrite. If the Senate do not agree with the ruling, the senator may make an appeal to the decision of the chair.
Yes, Senator Butler.
Once again, I think we're spending too much time on tedious things and we need to move on, but, I got an email Monday, the 27th, 11:46 p.m. But then also, which was 24 hours before it was sent in the group me with all of us in it, which was over 24 hours after the meeting yesterday.
Point of order.
Yes, Senator Sandi.
I'm pretty sure we're still in a motion, I'm a little confused, I think we're still in a motion, Jasmine's motion, and I'm not sure what the other. Point of order.
We are in the discussion of the we are in discussion of the motion to move to vote secret ballot on the resolution. Yes, Senator Ganesh,
Did someone call the question?
call question has been made. Are there any objections to the call question? Are there any objections to the consent? Seeing as there are none, we are now moving into.
What are we voting?
Yes, Senator?
What is the motion that we're in right now?
We are in a motion to enter secret ballot for a resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights.
Can I make an objection?
Yes, Parliamentarian John?
So if this motion passed, well, we have it to vote on the resolution, since it's now to vote on the resolution.
Is that clear?
So I can vote.
Yeah, you can object because the call question has been made. Well, oh, you object to the consent, okay. So now we're moving into a vote. Okay. We are now moving into a vote to vote. Oh, sorry, point of clarification needed by Parliamentarian John.
So right now, we need to vote of a motion to vote by secret ballot. A yes vote means we now vote by secret ballot. The no vote means we don't. That it don't happen, at least not right now. So I'll vote, I'll write that I'm now to vote by secret ballot.
We are now officially at time. We need to leave the room.
By the time they cross out the paper. Come on, guys.
All right. Order. We are now in a vote to vote on a motion to enter secret ballot for the resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights. If your hand is up, you are agreeing to move into the vote for the resolution. So if your hand is up, you agree to move into the vote. If you say no, you do not agree to go into the vote. All right, hands up for yes. Nineteen vote yes. We're now moving to no. Or no, abstain. Motion passes. We are now going into a secret vote for the resolution demanding UCSB divest from organizations violating Palestinian human rights. If somebody doesn't have a pen, please refer to me. I'll give you a pen.
They don't, they have not provided.
Order, there's supposed to be no discussion on what, order.
There's no, I'm being among the senators and the others. But while the ballot is in.
You can make a point of order while we're in the voting. Oh, you can, sorry.
The agenda was sent out at 8:15, which is not 24 hours in advance. And by email was sent, hold on, let me check. By email was sent out at
12:22 PM this morning.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I want a point of information for Senator Amin. So we've gone through appointments, we voted to pass another resolution, we voted to table another bill. Can I ask why you're bringing up this concern about the agenda on this specific item after we've just done a bunch of other things?
We haven't had enough time to.
Point of order?
I overruled the point of order. Considering this is on old business, this has already been tabled for a week.
But that's not.
We will continue with the secret ballot.
Chair.
Yes, Senator Amin?
That's not the motion I'm making.
You used point of order, you were not making a motion.
That's not the point of order that I'm making though.
What is the point of order that you're making?
Because any agenda needs to be sent out 24 hours in advance, and this resolution, we haven't had enough time to discuss all. We haven't talked about it enough. Like, even yourself, you said that we haven't talked about it enough, like.
I said that about the bill. I said that
And
about.
about
I didn't
point of
say that
order.
about the resolution.
Please, only speak when you obtain the floor by the chair.
Yes.
So if we haven't received it 24 hours in advance.
It's been sent out more than 24 hours in advance. I deeply apologize that you're not on the entities-wide email. I don't think most of our senators are. But it was sent in our group chat. It was sent entities-wide. And it was in last week's discussion.
Point of information, it wasn't sent in the group chat. With 24 hours.
That's not a-
Your point of order is overruled, so that means we are still moving into our secret ballot. You're in the secret ballot. Are we done collecting votes ourselves?
No.
If you can cast your votes.
Gotta get out of here.
We have to leave. Unfortunately, this needs to end now.
We're still making objections, so.
You can't make objections, also you're not recognized by the chair right now, so you can't speak. That is a strike, unfortunately, Elliot. I mean, Senator Gerson.
Point of order.
Yes, Senator Me.
Again, unless there's a group chat that I'm not in, then the agenda was only sent out at 8 PM last night, which is not 24 hours in advance.
Overruled. We will continue into our voting. We need to leave the room now. If y'all can please cast your votes so we can leave the room. There's a lot of staff waiting to end our meeting.
Information, are they allowed to open it like that?
Yes,
The parliamentary law.
Parliamentarian John.
The chair is allowed to overrule and you're allowed to appeal the decision of the chair, which will then trigger a vote about the whole Senate.
Point of order,
Yes, Senator Me.
I would like to appeal.
Yes, Senator Butler.
Okay, I'm so sorry to come back to this again, but I think we need to be respectful of all senators, and audience members. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, that's the question. I get it. The law that's on.
Okay, we are now in a vote on whether or not to sustain my decision to overrule this.
Yes.
Yes, hand vote, yes, if you would like to sustain my decision. So. Wait. Sustain. We have 19 yes at a simple majority. Noes. Abstain. 2 abstentions. The decision of the right of the chair is sustained. We are still in the secret ballot. No discussions are to happen while secret ballots are being counted. While secret ballots being counted. I also ask the crowd to please maintain your composure.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Guys, thank you so much.
The votes? The votes are as follows. 18 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstention. Motion passes. I don't want to ask anyone to leave the room. I ask you to please maintain your composure while we get through the rest. Is there any objections to approve the minutes and allocations? Seeing none, minutes and allocations passes. Are there any objections to adjourn the meeting? Yeah. Okay. Is there any objections to table everything that was not addressed during this meeting? Seeing as there are none, that passes. Are there any objections to adjourn the meeting? Seeing none, it passes. Thank you, everyone.